Hey guys, tonight we're stepping into the narrow, fetid alleyways of a medieval city where the sun hasn't yet broken over timber-framed houses leaning so close they nearly kiss across the muddy street. You can smell last night, stale wine, sweat, the acrid tang of chamber pots emptied from upper windows. Somewhere a rooster crows, and you open your eyes in a room barely wider than your outstretched arms. A thin blanket tangled around your ankles, your breath misting in the pre-dawn cold. You're a prostitute in the year 1427, and today, like every day, you will navigate a world that simultaneously needs you and despises you, that taxes your body while calling you a sinner, that writes laws to control you while pretending you don't exist. The story may solve mysteries you never had an explanation for, like why medieval cities had official brothel districts, or how the same society that built soaring cathedrals also regulated the sex trade with bureaucratic precision. So, before you explore the story with me, please take a moment to help me subscribe to the channel, like and share this video, or maybe leave a comment below, but make sure you do it when you really like what I bring to you. Tell me where you're watching from tonight, or what part of medieval history fascinates you most. Maybe you're curled up in bed in Toronto, or listening during a late shift in Manila, or walking your dog through a park in Bristol as twilight settles. Wherever you are, you're welcome here. Now, let's keep the lights as soft as possible. Turn on the fan for a gentle sound to help the story feel more emotional, and let's embark on tonight's journey together. You push yourself upright, joints protesting. The room you rent sits above a tavern in what everyone calls the Rosemary Lane district, though no rosemary has grown here in living memory. The name is a polite fiction, like so many things in your life. Your actual address, if anyone official asked, would be listed in the city ledgers under houses of ill repute, a phrase that makes your profession sound like bad architecture rather than what it actually is. Survival economics with your body as the storefront. Through the warped wooden shutters, you hear the city waking. The baker 3 streets over has already fired his ovens. You can smell the bread that you probably can't afford today. A cart rattles past, its wheels finding every pothole in the unpaved street. Someone is arguing in German. This city sits on a trade route, and you've learned to recognize at least 7 languages by their rhythm, even if you can't speak them. Languages of commerce, languages of desire. They all sound roughly the same at midnight. You swing your legs over the edge of the straw mattress, and your feet find the cold floor. No rushes here to cushion the planks or absorb the damp. Those cost money, and money is why you're here. Why you woke up in this room instead of the countryside cottage you once imagined as a girl. That girl believed in different futures. She didn't know that her father's death would mean debts, or that debts would mean her mother selling everything, or that everything would eventually include her eldest daughter's marriageability. No dowry meant no respectable match. No respectable match meant options narrowed to servant, seamstress, or this. You chose this because at least here you set some of your own terms. Well, some. You reach for the wooden cup beside your bed and take a sip of yesterday's small beer. Water is a good way to get dysentery, and dysentery is a good way to lose clients who prefer their women vertical. The beer tastes sour, but it's wet. You splash a little on your face from the ceramic bowl that serves as your wash basin, and the cold makes you gasp. No hot water until you pay the bathhouse keeper, and you haven't decided if today is a bathhouse day. Those cost 2 pennies, and 2 pennies is a loaf of bread, or a quarter of your rent, or the bribe you might need if the watch captain is in a mood. Medieval accounting. You calculate in pennies and farthings, in worst-case scenarios and best-case bribes. Your dress hangs on a peg. The blue one, because blue dye is cheap and because the sumptuary laws in this particular city haven't yet forbidden you from wearing it. That's the dangerous part of your wardrobe. The laws change depending on which alderman is currently obsessed with public morality. Last year, the city council decreed that women of your profession must wear striped sleeves. The year before that, it was yellow veils. Next year, who knows? Maybe they'll require bells like lepers. Maybe they'll get creative and demand you walk backward on Thursdays. The logic behind these laws is always the same. Honest women must be protected from the pollution of your presence, and the best protection is visible marking. You are the warning label on your own body. Historians still argue whether these clothing restrictions were truly about morality or simply about maintaining clear class boundaries in rapidly growing urban centres where a merchant's daughter might otherwise be mistaken for a bathhouse girl. You suspect it's both, with a healthy dose of hypocrisy stirred in. You pull the dress over your shift. The linen underneath is greying and has a mended tear near the hem, but nobody sees your underclothes except clients, and clients aren't generally critiquing your needlework. The dress laces up the front, which is practical. Practicality governs everything. Your shoes are leather, patched twice, with wooden soles because leather soles wear through too quickly on these streets. Your hair needs combing, but the wooden comb lost 3 teeth last week, so you finger comb as best you can and twist everything into a braid that you pin under a linen cap. The cap is important. It signals adult womanhood, even your particular brand of it. Downstairs, the tavern keeper's wife is already moving around the kitchen. You can hear her scolding someone, probably her son, who has a habit of stealing pastries meant for paying customers. The tavern keeper himself tolerates your presence upstairs because your rent is reliable, and because some of your clients buy drinks before or after their visits. It's a commercial arrangement that neither of you acknowledges aloud. His wife pretends you're a seamstress. You pretend she believes it. Medieval courtesy, everyone lying softly to maintain the social fiction. You step into the narrow hallway, and the floorboards creak under your weight. The building is old, sagging, held together by habit and prayer. Most buildings in this quarter are. The wealthy districts have stone foundations and tile roofs. Here you have timber frames and thatch, which means fire is a constant terror. 2 years ago, a blaze started in a candlemaker's shop 5 streets away, and ate through 20 buildings before rain finally doused it. You lost nothing because you own almost nothing, but you remember the screaming, the way the night sky turned orange, the smell of burning thatch mixed with something worse. You descend the stairs carefully, they're steep and irregular, and you've seen women break ankles on steps like these. A broken ankle means no work. No work means no rent. No rent means the street, and the street means death. Slow or fast, depending on the season. At the bottom, you nod to the tavern keeper's wife, who nods back without quite meeting your eyes. This is your relationship, mutually acknowledged invisibility. You step through the door into the early morning, and the cold hits you properly now. It's April, but April in Northern Europe still carries winter's grudge. Frost sparkles on the upper surfaces of water troughs. Your breath plumes white. The street is coming alive. A dung collector pushes his cart, calling out his services in a voice worn smooth by repetition. 2 women walk past carrying washing, servants heading to the river probably, where they'll spend the morning beating linens against rocks and gossiping about their employers. They see you and pull their skirts aside slightly, as if proximity alone might contaminate them. You're used to this. You've developed a thick skin, or at least the appearance of one. Do you remember what it felt like the first time someone crossed the street to avoid you? You do. You remember it perfectly. The hot shame that crawled up your neck, the way you wanted to shout that you were still human, still worthy of basic acknowledgement. Now you just note the avoidance and move on. Survival means learning which battles can't be won. You're heading to the bakery first because you need to eat, and then maybe to the market to see if anyone's hiring extra hands for the day. The joke about your profession is that it's not actually constant. Some days are busy, market days, festival days, when the merchant caravans arrive. Other days are silent hours stacked into silent hours, and you need those extra pennies from legitimate work to fill the gaps. You've gutted fish, hauled water, mended sacks, swept floors. Your hands are capable of more than clients imagine. The baker sees you come in and already has your usual ready. A small loaf, yesterday's bake, sold at a discount because the crust has hardened. You hand over your farthing, and he hands over the bread without comment. This baker doesn't judge, or at least doesn't judge aloud, which amounts to the same thing. You tuck the loaf inside your shawl to keep it warm and turn back toward your district. The sun is higher now, gilding the upper stories of buildings while the streets remain in shadow. Church bells begin their morning rounds, prime, the first canonical hour, calling monks to prayer and reminding everyone else that God is watching. You wonder what God thinks of you, if God thinks of you, if the priests are right that you're damned, or if maybe mercy is more complicated than their sermons suggest. But that's a question for another time, maybe for never. Right now you have bread, you have daylight, and you have another day to survive in a world that needs women like you, but will never admit it out loud. The laws governing your existence arrived in your city 3 years ago, posted on the cathedral door in Latin that most people can't read, then announced by town criers in the vernacular that everyone pretends not to understand. You remember standing in the crowd when the crier read the new ordinances, his voice carrying over the market square. Women engaged in Venus's commerce must reside only within designated streets, must not solicit near churches or convents, must wear identifying garments, must submit to monthly inspections by the city physician, must pay a weekly tax to the municipal treasury. The crowd murmured. Some nodded approval, others laughed. A few women who stood near you went very still and quiet. You went still too, calculating what these rules would mean in practice, how much they would cost, whether compliance or resistance held more danger. Medieval cities exist in permanent legal contradiction when it comes to prostitution. The church calls your profession a mortal sin, yet city councils regulate it like any other trade. Butchers have their guild, bakers have their standards, and you have your ordinances. Historians still argue whether this represents pragmatic acceptance of human nature, or cynical revenue collection dressed up as moral management. You suspect it's both, with a dash of something darker. The city needs scapegoats, visible sinners who make everyone else feel righteous by comparison. You and your sisters provide that service free of charge, though you pay for the privilege in 100 small humiliations. The laws vary wildly depending on which city you inhabit. Here you're fortunate, relatively speaking, because the council designated an entire district for brothels rather than confining prostitutes to a single municipal building. In some German cities the town owns the brothel outright, operates it like a public utility, and the Frauenhaus becomes a source of civic pride in the most twisted way possible. Visiting dignitaries get escorted there as part of official hospitality. The madam is a city employee. The women inside are essentially municipal property. Your city hasn't gone quite that far yet, but the regulatory impulse thrives. You're required to register your name and residence with the city clerk, a humiliating process that involves standing in the town hall while a board official records your details in a leather-bound ledger. your name, your age, your origin village, your current address, the name of your landlord. This information supposedly helps maintain public order, but you know it's really about control. The city wants to know exactly where to find you when tax collection day arrives, or when someone important needs a scapegoat for whatever moral panic is currently fashionable. The clothing restrictions obsess the city fathers most. You've learned to navigate these with care. Right now, your city requires striped sleeves, horizontal stripes in contrasting colours, so that any respectable woman can identify you from 50 paces and guard her husband's eyes accordingly. Last winter, the requirement was yellow veils, which at least had the advantage of keeping your head warm. Before that, red cloaks, which was ironic given that red dye cost more than most prostitutes earned in a month. Some women complied by dyeing their cloaks with cheap madder root that faded to orange after the first rain, turning the whole enterprise into absurdist theatre. You've become skilled at the minimum compliance game. Your striped sleeves are narrow bands sewn onto an otherwise plain dress, technically legal, barely visible, enough to avoid fines but not enough to brand you from across the marketplace. Other women have made peace with the markings, even embraced them as advertisement. Agnes, who works 3 doors down from you, wears sleeves striped in such vivid yellow and black that she looks like an ambulatory wasp. She claims it helps business. Clients can find her easily, and there's something almost defiant in her brightness, like she's decided that if the city wants her marked, she'll be marked in the loudest way possible. The curfew laws sting more than the clothing ones. You're forbidden from walking the streets after the church bells ring Compline, the final evening prayer. Break this rule and you risk a night in the city jail, or worse, a public whipping in the market square. The logic is supposedly about preventing disorder, but the real effect is economic sabotage. Your most lucrative hours are evening and night, when men have finished their work and spent time in taverns building liquid courage. Being forced indoors by sunset means lost income, unless you can convince clients to visit your room, which carries its own risks and requires paying your landlord extra for the privilege. Some cities impose geographic restrictions so specific they become darkly comic. You're allowed on Oak Street, but forbidden on Elm Street, even though they're parallel and only 30 paces apart. You can enter the market to buy bread, but must leave before the church bells ring terce, the mid-morning prayer. You can work near the city walls, but not near the cathedral, unless it's a festival day, when the usual rules suspend and everyone pretends that morality takes holidays. These boundaries shift with political winds. A new bishop arrives and suddenly the permitted zone shrinks by 3 streets. An alderman dies and his replacement decides the old rules were too lax or too strict, depending on his personal theology. The monthly medical inspections are degrading in ways the lawmakers probably never imagined, or perhaps imagined perfectly. Once every lunar cycle, you must present yourself at the city physician's house. Not his actual practice, mind you, but a back room entered through the alley, because even doctors don't want respectable patients seeing prostitutes in their waiting areas. The physician, a man named Arnaud who smells perpetually of vinegar and herbs, conducts examinations that he claims can detect venereal disease. What he actually does is peer at you briefly, ask invasive questions that have nothing to do with medicine, and then mark your name in his record book. If he finds evidence of corruption, his phrase, not yours, you're banned from work until you can prove you're healed, which usually means paying him for a useless tincture that cost a week's earnings. Historians still argue whether these medical inspections did anything to reduce disease, or simply gave male authorities another mechanism to control women's bodies under the guise of public health. From where you stand, bent over in a cold room while Unknown mutters in Latin, the answer seems obvious. The inspections aren't about health. They're about reinforcing hierarchy, reminding you that your body belongs to the city's regulatory apparatus before it belongs to you. The tax collectors arrive every Wednesday. The beadle, a man named Thomas with a ledger and a cynical smile, goes door to door through your district collecting the sin tax that funds various municipal projects. You once asked him what the money paid for, and he laughed and said, "Your soul's redemption, probably. More likely it pays for the city walls, or the alderman's wine, or the new roof on the guild hall. You hand over your coins, 2 pennies this week, which is half a day's earnings if business is good, and Thomas makes his mark in the ledger. You're current, legal, permitted to exist for another 7 days. The beautiful irony is that the city simultaneously taxes you and punishes you. You're a legitimate revenue source and an illegal profession, sanctioned and condemned, necessary and despised. This contradiction never seems to trouble the alderman, who can hold both thoughts comfortably. Prostitution is sinful and must be regulated. Regulation requires taxes. Taxes require prostitutes to keep working. The logic eats its own tail, and you're the one caught in the teeth. Some cities go further with institutionalization. You've heard stories from travelling merchants about Toulouse, where the municipal brothel operates under such strict rules that it might as well be a convent with different habits. The women there can't leave the building without permission, can't refuse clients sent by the city, can't keep more than a fraction of their earnings. In exchange, they get protection, theoretical protection anyway, from pimps and violence. Whether that trade-off is worthwhile depends on the particular woman and her particular desperation. You're grateful your city hasn't adopted that model yet, though you hear whispers that some aldermen find it appealing. Efficiency, control, profit, the 3 pillars of medieval urban planning. The most surreal legal requirement is the annual public humiliation ritual. Once a year, on the feast of Mary Magdalene, all registered prostitutes must walk in procession to the cathedral, where the bishop delivers a sermon about sin and redemption. You're required to attend, marked by your clothing, visible to the entire city as examples of fallen womanhood. The bishop speaks beautifully about Christ's mercy for sinners, about Mary Magdalene's transformation, about the possibility of redemption for even the lowest. Then everyone goes home and nothing changes. The next day, clients arrive as usual, taxes come due as usual, and the beadle still knocks on Wednesdays with his ledger and his knowing smile. Do you remember your first procession? The shame was molten, burning from your scalp to your feet. You walked with your eyes down, aware of the crowds lining the street, the pointing children, the whispered comments. Some people threw things, rotten vegetables mostly, though one man threw a stone that struck Agnes in the shoulder, hard enough to leave a bruise that lasted 2 weeks. The city guard did nothing. After all, you were marked sinners, and what did you expect? Somewhere during that long walk, the shame crystallized into something harder. Anger, maybe, or just recognition that this was the bargain. You could survive, but survival came with a price measured in dignity. Not every city is equally harsh. You've heard that Venice has a different system, where courtesans can become wealthy and almost respectable if they're beautiful and clever enough. London's Bankside apparently operates with lighter restrictions, the brothels clustered near the theatres and bear-baiting pits, part of the general entertainment district. In Paris, bathhouses serve as fronts for prostitution so openly that it's barely a secret at all. Geography shapes your fate as much as any personal choice. But here, in this particular city, In this particular year, you navigate laws designed by men who use your services at night and condemn you from council chambers by day. The alderman who proposed the striped sleeves regulation visits a woman on your street every Thursday. Everyone knows, no one mentions it. The bishop who preaches Mary Magdalene's redemption supposedly keeps a mistress in a house outside the city walls, though that's third-hand gossip and might just be wishful thinking from women who want to believe even celibate clergy are hypocrites. You've learned to exist in the gaps between official law and practical reality. The regulations say you must stay indoors after curfew, but if you're walking with a client who looks respectable, the night watch rarely stops you. The rules forbid soliciting, but standing near the tavern where merchants drink isn't technically soliciting. You're just standing there, and if men approach you, well, you can't control their behaviour, can you? The clothing requirements are strict, but enforcement is sporadic, dependent on which officials are on duty and whether they've had good or bad days. Medieval law is less a wall and more a maze. There are always passages through if you know where to look, if you're willing to pay the right bribes, if you can read the unwritten rules that govern the written ones. You've become fluent in this shadow language, this negotiation between what's forbidden and what's tolerated, between the regulations in the ledger and the reality in the streets. The sun is higher now, and you've finished your bread. Your stomach is still empty. A small loaf doesn't go far, but it's enough to quiet the worst of the hunger. You're thinking about the day ahead, about which tavern might have the best prospects tonight, about whether you've paid all the fees and taxes and bribes you need to stay current. The legal machinery of your existence never stops grinding, never allows you to forget that your survival depends on compliance, on performing the role that the city has written for you. Necessary sinner, regulated vice, walking reminder of what happens to women who fall. But you're still here, still walking these streets, still breathing, and that, in its own way, is a form of resistance. The bathhouse rises from the end of Copper Lane like a promise. Steam wisps from its chimney even in daylight, and the painted sign above the door shows a wooden tub with stylized waves that nobody could mistake for actual water. You've been walking for 20 minutes, your feet cold in your patched shoes, and the thought of warmth pulls you forward. Bathhouses occupy a peculiar space in medieval civic life, existing simultaneously as legitimate businesses and barely disguised brothels, and everyone from the archbishop to the apprentice sweeping floors understands this double nature while pretending not to. The city licenses bathhouses, inspects them for cleanliness, regulates their hours, and collects taxes on their revenue, all while knowing perfectly well that more than backs get scrubbed in those steamy rooms. You push open the door and heat wraps around you immediately. The front room serves as reception and waiting area, furnished with wooden benches worn smooth by countless bodies, and a table where the bathhouse keeper, a woman named Marjorie, sits with her accounting ledger open. She looks up when you enter, her face creasing into something between a smile and a professional assessment. Marjorie is perhaps 50, which is ancient by the standards of your profession, and she's survived by being shrewd about reading clients, managing girls, and paying the right officials at the right times. She wears respectable clothing. No striped sleeves for her, despite everyone knowing what her establishment really offers. Because she's not technically a prostitute herself, just a businesswoman who happens to rent rooms by the hour. "Water or the full service?" Marjorie asks, her voice rough from decades of steam room air. "Just water today," you say, though you both know this might change depending on who walks through the door in the next few hours. "Maybe I'll stay available if business comes." Marjorie nods and marks something in her ledger. 2 pennies for the bath, and you know the terms if you take a client back. 40% to the house, you provide your own linens, and if there's trouble you call for Bernard. Bernard is her enforcer, a former soldier who lost 3 fingers in some long-ago skirmish and now spends his days lurking near the back rooms, ready to eject violent drunks or negotiate disputes over payment. He's expensive but effective, and his presence means the bathhouse stays safer than working the streets. You hand over your 2 pennies, there goes half of today's bread money, and Marjorie gestures toward the back. Tub 3 is open, towels are on the shelf, and there's soap if you want to pay extra. Soap costs another half-penny, which you can't really afford, but you hand it over anyway because soap is the difference between actually getting clean and just soaking in your own dirt. Medieval economics. Everything costs, and being poor means you're never quite clean enough, never quite warm enough, never quite safe enough. The bathing room is long and narrow, divided by wooden partitions into semi-private stalls. Steam hangs thick in the air, making everything soft and indistinct, like you're walking through clouds. You can hear water sloshing, low voices, someone laughing in one of the far stalls. The floor is slick with condensation and tracked-in mud, and you step carefully to avoid slipping. Tub 3 sits behind a partition that reaches shoulder height. Enough for modesty, not enough for actual privacy. The tub itself is wooden, large enough for 2 people if they're friendly, filled with water that's still genuinely hot. Someone stoked the fires recently. You undress slowly, hanging your clothes on the pegs provided and trying not to think about how threadbare everything looks in the diffuse light. Your shift has more holes than you remembered. Your dress needs mending along the hem. You're 23 years old, and your body already shows the wear of this life. Bruises on your arms from a client who grabbed too hard last week. Calluses on your hands from the legitimate work you do to supplement your income. A persistent ache in your lower back that never quite disappears. But you're alive and relatively healthy, which is more than many women in your profession can claim. You step into the tub and the heat is shocking, almost painful, then glorious. Your muscles unclench in stages as you lower yourself until water reaches your chin. The soap Marjorie provided smells like lye and ash with a hint of lavender. Actual lavender, not just the name. And you work it through your hair, scrubbing your scalp until your fingers tingle. This might be the only proper bath you get this month, so you're thorough. Behind your ears, between your toes, everywhere that sweat and clients and city grime accumulate. The water turns gradually grey, then browner, and you don't let yourself think too hard about what exactly you're washing away. Historians still argue whether medieval people were as filthy as popular imagination suggests, or whether that's Protestant propaganda from later centuries trying to make the Catholic medieval world seem barbaric. From where you sit, the answer is, it depends on access. Rich people bathed regularly because they could afford servants to haul water and fuel fires. Poor people bathed when they could afford it, which wasn't often. You exist somewhere in between, able to visit bathhouses occasionally but not regularly enough to ever feel truly clean for long. The partition doesn't block sound, so you can hear the bathhouse's real business conducting itself in nearby stalls. Low male voices, feminine laughter that sounds practiced, the rhythmic creaking of wood that might be someone shifting in a tub or might be something else entirely. Bathhouses are brilliant fronts for prostitution because the line between legitimate service and sexual service blurs so easily. A woman might genuinely wash a client's back, scrub his feet, trim his nails, all accepted services that bathhouses openly advertise. And if, during these ministrations, additional arrangements are made for additional services in the private rooms upstairs, Well, that's between consenting adults and none of the city's business. Except it is the city's business, of course. The authorities know exactly what happens here. They collect extra taxes from establishments like Marjorie's, understanding without acknowledging that those taxes represent revenue from prostitution. The aldermen maintain plausible deniability, where licensing bathhouses, not brothels, while everyone involved understands the real arrangement. It's the medieval version of don't ask, don't tell, and it works because it serves everyone's interests. The city gets tax revenue, the bathhouse keepers get protection, and women like you get slightly safer working conditions than the streets provide. The door to the bathing room opens and you hear male voices, merchants by their accents, and the way they're laughing about customs fees and shipping delays. Marjorie's voice cuts through their conversation, pleasant but firm, explaining the services available. Baths are 2 pennies, massages are 3 pennies, private rooms upstairs are 5 pennies per hour, and anything beyond that can be discussed with the ladies themselves. The merchants laugh again. That particular male laugh that means they know exactly why they're here and they're pretending they don't. One of them appears at your partition, peering over the top. He's perhaps 40, well dressed in wool that's actually been dyed a consistent colour, a leather belt with a proper buckle. His face is flushed already, from the steam or from anticipation you can't tell. Is this stall occupied? He asks, which is a ridiculous question given that he can see you sitting in the tub, but it's the polite fiction that initiates the transaction. I'm just finishing, you say, your voice carefully neutral. You've learned to read clients quickly, and this one seems harmless. Nervous, actually, like maybe this isn't something he does often. But if you need help with your bath, I might be available. The code is so obvious it's barely code at all, but it's enough. The merchant nods, glances back toward his companions, then looks at you again. How much for help? You do the calculation instantly. He looks prosperous, so you can charge more than usual, but he also looks nervous, so you don't want to scare him off. 6 pennies for a proper washing and whatever else you might need. Private room upstairs includes the towels. He agrees too quickly, which means you probably could have asked for 8 pennies, but 6 is still good money. 3 days of bread, or most of your weekly rent, or the buffer you need for when business is slow. You climb out of the tub, water streaming off your body, and reach for the towel. The merchant watches with the fascinated nervousness of a man who's visited brothels before but still isn't quite comfortable with the transaction. Some men prefer prostitutes who act like lovers. Others prefer ones who act like businesswomen. This one seems confused about which he wants, which means you'll need to be flexible, reading his signals and adjusting accordingly. You wrap the towel around yourself and gesture toward the door. Follow me. There's a room at the top of the stairs. The upstairs corridor is darker, lit only by narrow windows at either end, and the doors along it are marked with painted numbers. Room 4 is available. You can tell because the wooden marker hanging on the door shows green side out rather than red. Inside, the room is small but functional. A bed with surprisingly clean linens, a wash basin with actual fresh water, a shelf with towels, and a ceramic jar of oil that Marjorie provides. The oil is olive, expensive, another reason her establishment charges more than cheaper bathhouses. Quality costs, and clients willing to pay for quality get better experiences, which means they return, which means steady business for women like you. The merchant closes the door behind him, and suddenly looks lost, like he's forgotten why he's here. You've seen this before. Men who desire women but feel guilty about the desire, who want sex but want to pretend it's something else, something more meaningful than a commercial transaction. These clients are exhausting in their own way. requiring emotional labour on top of the physical, but they usually pay and rarely turn violent, so you've learned to manage them. "What's your name?" he asks, which is both sweet and problematic. You have several names depending on the client and the situation. "Marguerite," you say, choosing one that sounds gentle, romantic, like a flower rather than a person. Your real name is Agnes, but you almost never use it for work. Separating your professional identity from your actual self is a survival mechanism, a way to maintain some internal boundary that clients can't cross no matter what they do to your body. "I'm Thomas," he says, then immediately looks like he regrets giving his real name. You nod like this matters, like you'll remember, though you'll forget him by tomorrow unless something remarkable happens. The transaction proceeds with awkward tenderness. He's gentle, overly apologetic, the kind of client who asks if you're enjoying yourself, which is both considerate and ridiculous since you're obviously not. This is work, but you make the appropriate noises because that's part of what he's paying for. Historians still argue whether medieval prostitutes ever experienced pleasure in their work, or whether every encounter was pure transaction, but the question misses the point. Pleasure isn't the goal, survival is, and if occasionally the work isn't actively unpleasant, that's the best you can hope for. Afterward, Thomas dresses quickly, counts out 6 pennies with shaking fingers, and leaves without meeting your eyes. You lie on the bed for a moment, staring at the ceiling where water stains have created patterns that look like maps of countries that don't exist. Your back aches. The room smells like sex and olive oil. The coins are cold in your palm. You get up, wash with the water from the basin and dress again. Downstairs you find Marjorie and hand over her percentage, 2 pennies and a little extra, because maintaining good relationships with bathhouse keepers is essential for steady work. She marks the transaction in her ledger without comment. This is business, clean and clear despite the context. "Stay for the afternoon?" Marjorie asks. "Merchant caravan arrived yesterday, likely to be busy." You nod. 6 pennies from one client is good, but 12 from 2 clients is better, and 18 from 3 clients means you can breathe easily for most of the week. You settle onto one of the benches in the front room, wrapped in your shawl, waiting for the door to open and the next transaction to begin. Do you remember when this started feeling normal? When stepping into steamy bathhouses and negotiating prices and performing intimacy for strangers became just another part of your day, no more remarkable than buying bread or dodging horse manure in the street. You've developed calluses on your soul the same way you've developed them on your hands. Protective layers that let you function without feeling too much, without thinking too hard about what this life is doing to the person you used to imagine becoming. The afternoon passes in a blur of steam and coins and practice smiles. Another client, then another, then a slow period where you actually doze on the bench, exhausted from the heat and the work. By the time evening shadows stretch across Copper Lane, you've earned 14 pennies total, minus Marjorie's cut, which leaves you with 8. 8 pennies, a small fortune. Enough to pay rent, buy food, maybe even save a few coins for the emergency that will inevitably arrive. Sickness, injury, a slow week, the beadle demanding extra taxes for some new municipal project. You step back into the cooling evening air, your hair still damp, your body tired, but your purse heavier. The bathhouse door closes behind you, and you're just another woman walking home through the dusky streets, invisible again, unmarked, carrying your secrets in a leather pouch tied to your belt. 3 streets from your room, you pass Willem's door and hear him arguing with someone inside. His voice carries that particular edge that means money is involved, debts unpaid, accounts that don't balance. Willem is what the city officially calls a property manager, and what everyone else calls a pimp, though he'd slice your tongue if you use that word to his face. He owns 4 buildings in your district and rents rooms to perhaps a dozen women, collecting rent plus a percentage of earnings plus various creative fees he invents, depending on how much wine he's consumed. Some women work directly under his management, handing over half their coins in exchange for protection, clients, and rooms. You've managed to avoid that arrangement so far, staying independent by paying your rent on time and never causing trouble that might attract his attention. The medieval sex trade operates through a complex web of managers, madams, procurers, and enforcers, and navigating these relationships requires skills that nobody teaches you except experience. Some cities have formalized the system. Official brothel keepers licensed by municipal authorities, operating under strict regulations about treatment of workers, client behavior, and revenue reporting. Other places leave it loose and dangerous, a shadowy economy where women negotiate with whoever has the power to offer protection or inflict harm. Your city falls somewhere in between, with semi-official bathhouses like Marjorie's existing, alongside independent operators like Willem, who occupies the grey zone between legitimate landlord and criminal entrepreneur. Willem's door opens and a woman stumbles out, Beatrice, who works in his stable and has the haunted look of someone who's lost negotiations she can't afford to lose. She sees you, and her eyes slide away, ashamed or afraid or just exhausted. You nod at her anyway, a small gesture of solidarity that costs nothing and might mean everything. In this profession, women are simultaneously competitors and sisters, fighting over the same limited pool of clients, while understanding that your real enemies are the men who exploit you, the laws that restrict you, and the economic system that left you few alternatives. Beatrice hurries past without responding, and you don't take it personally. Everyone survives differently. Inside your building, you climb the stairs to find Agnes, your neighbour, not the other Agnes you mentioned earlier, because medieval cities are lousy with women named Agnes and Catherine and Margaret. The popular saints recycled endlessly in baptismal fonts. This Agnes is younger than you, maybe 19, and she works for a madame named Godelieve, who operates 3 connected houses near the city walls. Godelieve is unusual, a former prostitute who saved enough to buy property and now manages other women with a mixture of hard-won wisdom and calculated ruthlessness. She takes 30% rather than Willem's 50%, provides actual protection rather than empty promises, and supposedly maintains a fund to help women who get pregnant or sick, though you've never confirmed whether that fund actually exists or is just recruitment propaganda. "Good day?" Agnes asks, leaning against her doorframe. She's eating an apple. Where she got fresh fruit in April is a mystery, but Godelieve has connections with merchants that independent operators lack. "Bathhouse," you say, which tells her everything. "You?" "2 regulars, boring but reliable." She takes another bite of apple, chews thoughtfully. "Godelieve is looking for another girl if you're interested. Merchant from Bruges wants 3 women for tomorrow night. Some kind of private entertainment for his factor's birthday. Pays 10 pennies each. 10 pennies is exceptional money, but group arrangements come with risks. More people means more unpredictability, more chance of violence or humiliation, more complicated negotiations about who does what. Still, 10 pennies. You do the calculation. That's most of 2 weeks' rent in one night, enough to build the financial cushion you're always trying to create and never quite managing. "What's the arrangement exactly?" you ask, because details matter. Some clients want voyeuristic entertainment, women performing with each other while they watch. Others want simultaneous access, treating multiple women like a buffet. Some just want the prestige of hiring multiple prostitutes, showing off wealth by overconsumption. The activity determines the risk level and therefore whether the money is worth it. Agnes shrugs. Godelieve didn't say specifics, but it's at a private house, not an inn, which usually means cleaner conditions, and the merchant is reportedly decent. Not rough, tips well, doesn't get too drunk. Godelieve only works with repeat clients for group arrangements. This is the value of working under someone like Godelieve rather than independently. She screens clients, builds relationships with reliable spenders, and supposedly refuses business that seems too dangerous. Supposedly. Historians still argue whether medieval brothel keepers actually protected their workers or simply managed exploitation more efficiently than independent operators. From your vantage point, it varies wildly by individual keeper and specific circumstances, and generalizing is dangerous. I'll think about it, you say, which means yes, but you want to seem like you're not desperate even though you are. Agnes grins because she understands the dance. Tell Godelieve by midday tomorrow if you want in. She's coordinating logistics. Agnes finishes her apple, tosses the core into the street below. It hits with a wet sound and somewhere a pig probably investigates. Also, heads up. The watch captain has been sniffing around, asking questions about unlicensed workers. Make sure you're current on your registration. This is useful information, the kind that flows through informal networks of women helping women survive. The city requires prostitutes to register annually, paying a fee and submitting to inspection by officials who ask invasive questions and make arbitrary judgments about who's fit to work. Your registration expires next month, which means you'll need to gather the fee plus probably a bribe to smooth the process. The system is designed to extract maximum money while providing minimal protection. You pay for the privilege of being legal, but legality doesn't prevent arrest, harassment, or violence. It just makes the authorities' record-keeping more efficient. You thank Agnes and continue to your room, where you pour your coins onto the bed and count them again. 8 pennies from today, plus the 3 you had saved from earlier in the week. 11 total. Rent is 5 pennies weekly, due tomorrow. That leaves 6 pennies for food, fees, bribes, emergencies, and the registration renewal next month. It's not enough. It's never enough. The mathematics of poverty means you're always calculating, always one client short of comfort, one slow week away from disaster. Some women solve this problem by partnering with pimps or madams who provide steady work in exchange for large percentages. The trade-off is stability versus autonomy. You get more consistent income and supposedly more protection, but you surrender control over which clients you accept, what services you provide, and how much you earn. Willem's women can't refuse clients he sends them. Godelieve's women work specific houses at specific hours. The structure provides routine but eliminates flexibility. And for women who've already lost so much autonomy, surrendering more feels like dying in installments. Other women form informal partnerships, sharing rooms and pooling resources without formal management. 2 or 3 women splitting rent and alternating shifts, watching each other's backs, negotiating collectively with clients who want multiple partners. These arrangements work until they don't. Personality conflicts arise, money goes missing, one woman gets pregnant or sick or decides to leave, and the whole structure collapses. You've seen 3 such partnerships form and dissolve on your street in the past year alone. Then there are the women who work for the municipal brothels in cities where those exist. You've heard stories from travellers about Toulouse, Avignon, Ulm, places where the city owns and operates brothels as public utilities. The women in those establishments are essentially city employees, registered, regulated and controlled down to which clients they must accept and which days they're allowed to leave the building. In exchange, they supposedly get protection from pimps, medical care and guaranteed income. But the stories you hear make it sound like prisons with different names, locked doors, mandatory services, women who entered desperate and couldn't leave even when they wanted to. Historians still argue whether municipal brothels represented progressive regulation or intensified exploitation, whether they protected prostitutes or simply made their oppression more systematic. You suspect the answer depends on the particular woman and the particular city, and that academic debates about regulatory systems sound very different from inside the locked buildings being discussed. A knock interrupts your thoughts. Sharp, authoritative, the kind that makes your stomach clench because it might be authorities or debt collectors or Willem finally deciding to bring you under his control. You open the door carefully to find a man you don't recognise, well-dressed but not wealthy, carrying himself with the confidence of someone accustomed to getting what he wants. "You're Marguerite?" he asks, using your work name, which means someone gave him your information. "I'm told you're discreet and available for private arrangements." This is how new clients sometimes arrive, through referrals from other clients, or from bathhouse keepers, or from the informal networks of men who share information about prostitutes the way they share information about wine merchants or tailors. It's flattering in a twisted way, being recommended, having a reputation for competence. It's also dangerous because you don't know this man, don't know his habits or temperament, don't have any leverage if things go wrong. "Who sent you?" you ask, keeping your voice neutral, your body blocking the doorway so he can't push inside. "Thomas, from the bathhouse today. He said you were professional." You remember Thomas? Nervous merchant, gentle, overly apologetic. If he's recommending you, that's probably good, but you've learned to trust carefully. "What are you looking for?" The negotiation proceeds through careful euphemism. He wants an hour of your time tomorrow evening at an inn near the market square. Standard arrangement, nothing elaborate. He offers 7 pennies, which is generous but not suspiciously so. You agree, give him the details of where to meet, and he leaves. The whole interaction takes maybe 3 minutes, a business transaction no different than hiring a carpenter or buying grain, except the commodity is your body, and the contract isn't written anywhere that courts would recognise. After he leaves, you sit on your bed and try to calculate the week ahead. If you take Godelieve's group arrangement tomorrow night, that's 10 pennies. If this new client follows through, that's 7 more. Today's 8 pennies brings the total to 25 pennies in 3 days, which is extraordinary income. More than a skilled craftsman makes in the same period, more than most women will see in a month. But you know this pace isn't sustainable. There will be slow periods, sick days, weeks when no clients arrive and you survive on bread and water. Medieval prostitution isn't steady employment. It's a series of peaks and valleys, feast and famine, and learning to save during the feast is essential for surviving the famine. Do you remember when you first understood how money works in this profession? Not the simple arithmetic of pennies for services, but the deeper economics. How your value fluctuates based on age, beauty, reputation, competition, and pure random chance. How you're simultaneously overworked and underemployed, exhausted from the clients you serve but desperate for more income. How the men who manage, regulate and tax you Extract the majority of what you earn while taking none of the physical or legal risks? The whole system is designed to keep you exactly where you are, surviving but never thriving, legal but never respectable, necessary but never valued. The sun has fully set now, and your room darkens until you can barely see. You don't light a candle. Candles cost money, and you can sit in darkness for free. Outside, the city continues its evening business. Taverns filling with workers finished for the day, watchmen beginning their rounds, women like you preparing for the night shift, the hours when desire emerges from respectability's shadow, and men pay for what they pretend not to want during daylight. You think about Godelieve's offer, about working under management versus maintaining independence, about whether 10 pennies is worth surrendering a piece of autonomy you've fought hard to preserve, about whether you're fooling yourself by calling your current situation independence, when you're really just one bad week away from being desperate enough to accept any arrangement, any terms, any percentage split that keeps you fed and housed. But those are questions for tomorrow. Tonight, you have 11 pennies, a room with a door that locks, and the knowledge that you've survived another day in a profession that grinds women down and spits them out but hasn't ground you down yet. You curl up on your mattress, pull your thin blanket close, and try to sleep despite knowing that sleep won't come easily, and when it does come, it won't bring rest, only temporary escape from calculations that resume the moment you wake. Sunday morning arrives with church bells cascading across the city in waves of bronze sound. First the cathedral's deep boom, then the parish churches responding in slightly off-rhythm harmony, then the convent bells adding their higher voices until the whole city vibrates with the call to prayer. You wake to this weekly symphony knowing that today carries its own particular contradictions. The day when the church most loudly condemns women like you is also the day when some of your most reliable clients will visit, their piety and their lust somehow coexisting in the same well-dressed bodies. Medieval Christianity has made peace with cognitive dissonance in ways that would impress a philosopher, and you've learned to navigate the hypocrisy without pointing it out, because pointing it out serves no purpose except getting you labelled as troublesome. You're technically required to attend Mass. The city ordinances specify that all residents, including registered prostitutes, must appear at their parish church for Sunday services, and the beadles sometimes patrol the streets checking that everyone is where they're supposed to be. Non-attendance brings fines you can't afford, so you dress in your least provocative clothing. The brown dress with long sleeves that covers everything, a plain linen cap that hides your hair, a shawl wrapped tight against the April cold. You're trying to look invisible, unremarkable, just another working woman performing her religious obligations. The striped sleeves stay home today. Even the authorities understand that marking prostitutes during church services would be too obviously hypocritical. The walk to St. Benedict's takes you through streets emptier than usual. Most people are either already at church or preparing to go, and the taverns are closed by municipal order until after the final Mass concludes. Your parish church sits near the market square, a stone building with a squat tower and narrow windows that let in light but not warmth. You arrive as the bells finish ringing and slip into the back, where women of your profession traditionally stand. There's no official rule about this segregation, but custom has created invisible boundaries as effective as walls. Respectable women occupy the front half of the nave with their families. Servants and labourers fill the middle sections. Prostitutes, beggars, and other marginal people cluster near the door, ready to leave quickly if the sermon turns especially condemnatory. You recognise several women from your district. Agnes is here, and Beatrice, and a woman named Colette who works independently like you but seems to be struggling worse, her face gaunt, her dress more patches than original fabric. You nod at each other but don't speak. Church is theatre, and your role is silent penitent, head bowed, hands folded, performing contrition whether you feel it or not. The priest enters in his vestments. Father Anselm, a man perhaps 50 years old with the soft body of someone who's never missed a meal, and the stern expression of someone convinced that other people's pleasure offends God. He begins the Latin service, and you mouth the responses automatically, the words worn smooth by repetition until they've lost individual meaning and become just sounds. Kyrie eleison, Christ eleison, Lord have mercy, Christ have mercy. You wonder sometimes if God actually listens to these prayers, and if so, what God thinks of cities that condemn prostitution while taxing it, that call you sinners while ensuring you can't stop sinning without starving. The sermon begins after the gospel reading, and you brace yourself because Father Anselm has a reputation for particularly vivid descriptions of hell and the sins that lead there. Today he focuses on the Magdalene, Mary Magdalene, the reformed prostitute, Christianity's favourite example of redemption through submission and penance. He speaks beautifully about her sinfulness, her encounter with Christ, her transformation from whore to saint. The story is meant to be inspiring. Look, even the lowest woman can be saved. But you hear the subtext clearly. You must abandon your profession, embrace poverty and suffering, subordinate yourself completely to male religious authority, and maybe, if you're sufficiently abject, God might forgive you. Historians still argue whether Mary Magdalene was actually a prostitute, or whether that identification emerged from later medieval conflation of several different biblical women. The evidence is ambiguous at best, but the Church found the prostitute-turned-saint narrative too useful to abandon, and now every sermon about sexual sin invokes her name. You've heard variations of this sermon dozens of times, and they all carry the same message. Your body is the problem, your survival is sinful, and redemption requires destroying yourself to satisfy religious men's ideas about proper feminine behaviour. Father Anselm is warming to his theme now, his voice rising as he describes the temptations of the flesh, the corruption of women who sell their bodies, the pollution that spreads through cities when vice is tolerated. You notice that he never mentions the men who purchase these services. Clients are invisible in sermons like this, their desires natural and understandable, while your provision of what they desire makes you agents of Satan. The logic is convenient for everyone except you. And yet, Father Anselm continues, his tone shifting to something almost tender, our merciful Lord extends his hand even to the lowest, even to women trapped in vice and degradation. The Magdalene shows us that no soul is beyond redemption, that true repentance can wash away even the blackest sin. Do you remember the first time you heard this sermon structure? The condemnation followed by the false hope, the stick, and the non-existent carrot. The Church offers redemption but makes the price impossibly high. You must abandon your livelihood without any provision for alternative survival, embrace poverty as spiritually purifying, and spend your remaining years in penitential institutions that are basically prisons with better public relations. Some women take this path, usually when age or illness makes continued sex work impossible, but calling it redemption seems generous when the alternative is starvation. The Mass continues through the Eucharist, which you're technically forbidden from receiving because prostitutes are in a state of mortal sin and therefore unworthy to consume Christ's body. This prohibition is inconsistently enforced. Some priests bar you from communion absolutely, others look the other way, and a few actively encourage your participation, under the logic that grace is freely given to all who seek it. Father Anselm falls into the first category, so you remain standing while respectable parishioners file forward to receive the wafer and wine. The message is clear. You exist outside the community of the saved, visible but excluded, necessary but contaminating. After the final blessing, you file out with the other marginal women, moving quickly before respectable families exit and force uncomfortable proximity. Outside, the morning has warmed slightly, and the market square is coming alive. Vendors setting up stalls despite the nominal prohibition on Sunday commerce. People gathering to gossip and conduct the informal business that happens after formal worship concludes. You're about to head home when a hand touches your elbow. A man, dressed in clerk's robes, youngish with nervous eyes. "Marguerite?" he asks quietly, using your work name, which means this isn't about your soul. You nod, curious. Clerks sometimes visit prostitutes, but usually with more discretion than approaching you directly outside church. He glances around to ensure no one's paying attention, then speaks quickly. "Father Benedict at St. Catherine's sent me. He needs a private consultation this evening. 7 pennies, usual discretion." Father Benedict, a priest, wanting your services. The irony is so thick you could spread it on bread, but you keep your expression neutral because this is neither surprising nor unusual. Priests are men. Celibacy is a rule they swear to follow, but frequently don't. And prostitutes provide services that don't threaten the official fiction of clerical chastity the way mistresses or wives would. You've served priests before. They're generally nervous clients, overly concerned with secrecy, sometimes weeping after the act about their weakness and unworthiness. The guilt is exhausting, but the money is reliable. "Where?" you ask. "His private rooms, back entrance to the rectory, after evening prayer." The clerk presses 7 pennies into your hand, payment in advance which is unusual, and suggests either exceptional trust or exceptional desperation. He asks that you be discreet. "Always am," you say, pocketing the coins. The clerk nods and disappears into the crowd, presumably returning to his duties transcribing sermons about sexual purity. You walk home slowly, thinking about the particular hypocrisy of priests who condemn prostitution from the pulpit and then pay for it privately. Part of you wants to rage at the injustice. These men shape the laws and customs that restrict your life, preach sermons that justify your persecution, and then use your services while maintaining their moral authority. But rage is expensive, and you've learned to convert anger into something more useful: knowledge of leverage. Priests who visit prostitutes can't afford to be publicly moralistic about those prostitutes' existence. The information isn't blackmail exactly, just insurance, a tacit mutual understanding that discretion protects everyone. Medieval Christianity's relationship with prostitution is magnificently contradictory. Theologians from Augustine onward argued that prostitution, while sinful, serves a necessary social function, a kind of moral sewer that channels male lust away from respectable women and prevents greater sins like rape or adultery. St. Thomas Aquinas compared prostitutes to sewers in a palace, filthy but necessary to prevent worse contamination. This theological framework allows cities to regulate and tax prostitution while maintaining the fiction that Christian society opposes it. The Church condemns you officially while accommodating you practically, and you exist in the gap between doctrine and reality. Some priests are genuine in their celibacy, living austere lives of prayer and service. Others maintain long-term mistresses, fathering children they support quietly while preaching about sexual morality. Still others visit prostitutes regularly, treating celibacy as a public performance rather than a private practice. You've learned to identify which category a particular priest belongs to by reputation and behaviour. The genuinely celibate ones avoid you entirely. The ones with mistresses regard you with contempt for lacking even the pretense of relationship, and the ones who visit prostitutes treat you with awkward humanity, aware that you're both trapped in systems neither of you designed. The afternoon passes slowly. You eat bread and cheese, mend the tear in your shift that's been growing larger, try to rest but can't quite manage sleep. 7 pennies for one client is excellent money, but serving a priest carries particular psychological weight. They come to you seeking the same release as any client, but they also come carrying the institutional authority that labels you sinful, and navigating that contradiction requires emotional labour that's harder than the physical act. Evening arrives, and you dress carefully, clean but not provocative, a balance between attractiveness and the modest appearance that might ease a priest's guilt. You walk through streets turning blue with dusk, past the closed market stalls and the taverns reopening now that Sunday's official piety has concluded. The rectory of St. Catherine's sits behind the church itself, a 2-storey building with small windows and a back entrance that's deliberately obscure. You knock quietly, and the door opens immediately. Father Benedict himself, not a servant, which tells you how serious he is about secrecy. He's older than you expected, perhaps 60, with grey hair and the slight tremor of hands that suggests either illness or habitual drinking. His rooms are sparse, a narrow bed, a desk covered with papers, a crucifix on the wall that seems to watch everything. He offers you wine, which you accept because refusing seems ruder than drinking. And then he just stands there, silent, working up courage or working through guilt. You're not sure which. "I don't do this often," he finally says, which is what they all say, whether it's true or not. "I understand," you reply, your voice soft, the tone you use for nervous clients who need reassurance that this transaction doesn't make them terrible people. What follows is awkward but mercifully brief. He's clearly unpracticed, and whether that means he's telling the truth about not doing this often, or whether age has simply reduced his capacity, you can't tell. Afterward, he sits on the edge of his bed with his head in his hands, and you recognize the signs of post-transaction crisis. Some clients want you gone immediately. Others need to talk, to justify, to seek absolution from the woman they've just paid to sin with them. "The loneliness," Father Benedict says quietly, not looking at you. 30 years of service and the loneliness never diminishes. They told us, at seminary, that God's love would fill the absence, but God's love is cold comfort on winter nights. You could say many things, that his loneliness is privileged compared to yours, that he chose celibacy while poverty chose your profession for you, that his crisis of faith is less urgent than your crisis of survival, but you say none of this because it's not what he's paying for. Instead, you make sympathetic sounds, let him talk, perform the emotional labour that's part of the service even when it's not explicitly negotiated. He gives you an extra penny when you leave, either as tip or conscience money, and you take it without comment. Outside, the night has fully arrived and the streets are dangerous now, the watch unreliable and the risk of robbery or assault high. You walk quickly, staying to lit areas where possible, and make it home without incident. In your room you count the day's earnings, 8 pennies from Father Benedict, 11 from yesterday, 19 total. Rent is paid, food is secured, the week looks manageable. You lie in bed thinking about Father Anselm's sermon, about Mary Magdalene's redemption, about priests who preach celibacy and practice hypocrisy. Somewhere in this city, Father Benedict is probably praying for forgiveness while planning his next visit. Somewhere else, Father Anselm is sleeping soundly, confident in his righteousness, oblivious to the contradictions his sermons embody. And you're here, in a rented room above a tavern, simultaneously sinner and scapegoat, necessary and condemned, surviving in the gap between what medieval Christianity preaches and what it actually tolerates. The Church offers you redemption, but makes survival impossible. The city offers you legality, but makes dignity impossible. And you somehow continue existing in the space between these impossibilities, finding ways to live that the respectable world can't acknowledge without confronting its own complicity. Tomorrow, Monday, business begins again. But tonight, for these few hours before sleep, you allow yourself to feel the full weight of the hypocrisy, the sermons and the secret visits, the condemnation and the coins, the system that needs you to exist but can never admit it values your existence. Monday morning you wake to discover that the City Council has issued new sumptuary regulations overnight, and by mid-morning a town crier stands in the market square reading the ordinance in a voice that carries across the assembled crowd. You're buying turnips when you hear it. Henceforth, all women engaged in Venus's trade must wear a yellow veil visible at all times in public, and the striped sleeves previously required are now optional, but the veil is mandatory, enforceable immediately with fines of 12 pennies for the first offence and public whipping for the second. The crowd murmurs, some approving, others indifferent, a few women near you going pale as they calculate what this means. 12 pennies is more than you earn in a good week. A public whipping means humiliation, pain, scars that mark you forever, clients who might refuse to pay for damaged goods. You abandon the turnips and hurry home, trying to think through the logistics. Yellow fabric costs money you haven't budgeted. Yellow dye is expensive. Saffron creates true yellow, but costs more than gold by weight, while cheaper alternatives like weld produce colours that fade or turn greenish. You'll need to find a draper willing to sell to prostitutes, then either sew the veil yourself or pay someone to do it, all while the 12-penny fine hangs over your head like a sword waiting to drop. The new law takes effect immediately, which means you're technically in violation right now, walking home without the required marking, vulnerable to any beadle or watchman who decides to enforce the fresh ordinance. Medieval sumptuary laws are obsessed with visible distinction. The authorities need to see class and moral status at a glance, to maintain social hierarchy through clothing that announces who you are before you speak. Noblemen wear silk and fur, merchants' wives wear wool in specific colours, labourers wear undyed linen, and prostitutes wear whatever mark the current council decides will best warn respectable people away. The regulations change constantly, responding to shifting moral panics, new aldermen with fresh ideas about social control, or simply the bureaucratic impulse to regulate everything that moves. Last year it was striped sleeves, this year yellow veils. Next year, who knows? Maybe purple hats or bells or signs worn around your neck like livestock at market. Historians still argue whether these laws were primarily about morality or economics. Did authorities genuinely believe that marking prostitutes would reduce vice? Or were they creating revenue streams through fines and licensing fees? From where you stand, frantically calculating how to afford yellow fabric before the beadles start their enforcement rounds, the distinction seems academic. The effect is the same regardless of intent. Constant expense, constant visibility, constant reminder that you exist outside respectability's boundaries. At home, you find Agnes already wearing a yellow veil, bright, obvious, tied under her chin like a challenge. Godelieve got word yesterday, she explains. Had fabric ready for all her girls this morning. That's the advantage of working under management. Sometimes you hear about regulations before they are officially announced. The advantage and the trap. Godelieve can afford to buy fabric in bulk and distribute it to her workers, absorbing the initial cost in exchange for continued loyalty and percentage splits. Independent operators like you have to scramble, spending money you don't have to comply with laws designed to make independence financially impossible. It's another pressure point pushing you toward managed work, another way the system funnels women into structures where men control the terms. Where can I get fabric today, you ask, trying not to sound desperate even though you are. Agnes considers. The draper on Butcher Street will sell to us, but he charges extra because he knows we don't have alternatives. Figure 3 pennies for enough fabric to make a veil. Maybe 4 if you want it actually yellow rather than sickly greenish. 3 pennies is nearly half of what you have left after paying rent. But not having the veil means risking a 12-penny fine, so the math is brutally clear. Spend money you can't afford, or risk losing even more money you definitely can't afford. This is poverty's arithmetic. Forced choices between bad options and worse options, with no good options available at any price. You head to Butcher Street, where the smell of blood and offal from the nearby shambles makes your stomach turn. The draper's shop sits between a tanner and a poulterer, and the combination of odours, leather, death, shit, is overwhelming. Inside, the draper looks up from his accounts with the expression of someone who's been expecting this rush of business. 3 other women are already here, examining bolts of yellow fabric that range from pale cream to deep saffron. The draper sees you and gestures to his wares with a merchant's practiced welcome. Fresh regulations mean fresh merchandise, he says cheerfully. Got weld yellow at 3 pennies per veil length, saffron dyed at 8 pennies for those who want quality. Also selling pre-made veils at 4 pennies, saves you the sewing time. 8 pennies for saffron dyed fabric is robbery. But even 3 pennies for the cheap weld yellow feels extortionate. You examine the weld-dyed fabric. It's acceptable, bright enough to satisfy the law, though it'll probably fade to an ugly greenish tone after a few washings. The pre-made veils are tempting despite the extra penny, because you're not an especially skilled seamstress and your time is money. But 4 pennies feels like surrender to the draper's opportunism. 3 pennies for fabric, you say, pointing to the weld yellow. And needle and thread? Thread's included, the draper says, already cutting your length. Needle's a farthing extra if you need it. You have a needle at home, bent, old, but functional, so you decline. He wraps your fabric in rough paper, and you hand over 3 pennies that leave your purse feeling dangerously light. Outside, the sun is higher, and the day is warming, and you're now 12 pennies poorer than you were yesterday if you count what you just spent, plus what you didn't earn while dealing with this regulation instead of working. Back home, you spread the yellow fabric on your bed and try to remember how veils are constructed. You've seen thousands of them but never paid attention to the actual sewing. It's basically a rectangle hemmed on all sides with ties at 2 corners, you think. Simple enough if you don't mind uneven stitches and a generally improvised appearance. You thread your needle. It takes 3 attempts because the eye is nearly closed from age and the thread is coarse, and begin working. Sewing gives you time to think. And thinking right now means dwelling on the particular cruelty of marking laws. You're required to wear identification that invites harassment, assault, and discrimination. Men see the yellow veil and know immediately that you're available for purchase, which means they proposition you constantly, grab at you in the street, assume your consent is for sale in all contexts. Respectable women see the veil and cross the street, pull their children away, whisper to each other about pollution and sin. Merchants charge you extra. Landlords refuse to rent to you. Churches seat you in the back. The veil is supposed to protect others from contamination, but the effect is to mark you as fair game for anyone who wants to exploit, abuse, or humiliate someone the law has designated as less than human. Some cities take marking even further. You've heard about ordinances requiring prostitutes to wear bells, or to walk only in specific patterns through the streets, or to live in designated buildings painted particular colours. In a few places the markings are permanent. Prostitutes get branded or tattooed, carrying their profession literally on their skin for the rest of their lives, even if they somehow manage to leave the trade. The medieval imagination is endlessly creative when it comes to designing humiliation. Your stitching is rough but adequate. The veil won't win prizes for craftsmanship, but it fulfills the legal requirement, which is all that matters. You tie it on, checking your reflection in the small warped piece of polished metal that serves as your mirror. The yellow makes your face look sallow, sickly, like you're jaundiced or dying. Perfect. You look exactly like what the authorities want. Visibly other, marked as morally contaminated, a walking warning about sin's consequences. Do you remember the first time you wore a marking? The striped sleeves 2 years ago, when you were newer to this life and still had the capacity to feel deep shame. You walk through the market with your arms burning with embarrassment, certain that everyone was staring, judging, seeing you as nothing more than your profession. Now you've developed thicker skin, or at least the appearance of it. You wear the veil with the same practical resignation you bring to everything else in this life. It's required, it's humiliating, and dwelling on the humiliation serves no purpose except making survival harder. You venture out wearing your new identification, heading to the bathhouse to see if Marjorie has work. The streets feel different now. Men's eyes catch on the yellow and you see their expressions change, calculation replacing neutrality. One man calls out a price as you pass, assuming the veil means you're soliciting even though you're just walking. Another grabs your arm and you have to wrench free, his laughter following you down the street. A merchant's wife sees you coming and literally spits on the ground, either at you or to ward off contamination, you're not sure which. The bathhouse offers temporary refuge. Inside, several women are gathered in the front room, all wearing yellow veils in various states of quality. The atmosphere is strange, somewhere between gallows humour and genuine despair. One woman, Lisbeth, who usually works independently, is crying quietly in the corner. Her veil is made from fabric so pale it's nearly white, clearly the absolute cheapest option, and even that appears to have consumed resources she couldn't spare. Marjorie sees you and nods approvingly at your veil. Good, the watch is already checking compliance. Saw them collar a woman on River Street this morning. No veil, straight to the Beadle for fine collection. She consults her ledger. Slow day so far. One client this morning, regular, who requested a net. Might pick up this evening when men finish work. You settle on a bench to wait, surrounded by other women in yellow veils that mark you all as a separate species. The conversation drifts to the new regulation. Who can afford the fabric? Who's thinking of leaving the city entirely? Who's considering working under management because at least Godelieve or Willem or other operators can absorb some of these compliance costs? The regulation is doing exactly what it's designed to do, making independent work financially impossible, funneling women toward controlled environments where managers take their percentages in exchange for handling bureaucratic requirements. An older woman named Greta, perhaps 40, speaks quietly about her plans to seek refuge in a Magdalene convent. "I'm too old for this anyway," she says, fingering her yellow veil like it's evidence in her own trial. Better to spend my remaining years in prayer than keep doing this until I'm too sick or broken to work and die in the street. The Magdalene convents are the church's answer to the prostitution it officially condemns, but practically tolerates. Institutions where former prostitutes can retreat for lives of penance, prayer, and usually textile work that generates revenue for the convent while keeping the women productively occupied. It's positioned as redemption, but it looks a lot like unpaid labour for women who've already been exploited by every other system. Still, for women aging out of sex work with no other options, the convents offer survival, which is more than the streets provide. Historians still argue whether Magdalene convents represented compassionate rescue, or simply another form of control, whether they offered genuine redemption or just exchanged one kind of unpaid labour for another. You suspect it varies by institution and individual woman. Some convents are probably relatively humane, offering community and purpose along with the required penance, while others are effectively prisons where former prostitutes spend decades being punished for survival choices made in desperation. The afternoon passes without clients. You leave the bathhouse at dusk, your purse still light, your prospects dim. The yellow veil draws attention all the way home. Catcalls, propositions, one man who follows you for 3 streets before giving up. You lock your door and remove the veil with relief, though you know you'll have to put it back on tomorrow and every day after that, until either the regulation changes or you leave this city or you die, whichever comes first. That night you calculate your resources again. After buying the fabric, you have 6 pennies remaining. Rent is paid through the week, but next week's rent will come due and you'll need 5 more pennies. Food costs roughly a penny per day if you're frugal. That's 7 pennies needed in the next 7 days just to maintain current survival, and you currently have 6 pennies with diminishing prospects because the yellow veil is driving away the clients who preferred discretion. The marking system is working exactly as designed, identifying you, controlling you, making your existence more difficult while generating revenue for the city through licensing fees and fines. You're trapped in a regulatory framework that treats you simultaneously as taxable commodity and moral contaminant, extracting money while denying humanity. You fall asleep wearing your regular cap instead of the yellow veil. These few private hours, the only time you're unmarked, undefined by law, just yourself, whoever that is beneath the layers of survival strategy, performance, and resigned accommodation to systems designed to exploit you. The burning started 3 days ago, a sensation like nettles between your legs, persistent and worrying, the kind of discomfort that makes you think about the stories you've heard, whispered among women in bathhouses and rented rooms. Stories about sores that don't heal, fevers that consume from the inside, diseases with names that sound biblical in their judgment, the pox, the scourge, the French disease, though the French call it the Italian disease, and the Italians call it the Spanish disease because everyone wants to blame affliction on foreigners. You've inspected yourself as best you can with your small mirror and candlelight, finding redness and swelling, but nothing obviously catastrophic. Not yet, though medieval medicine's understanding of venereal disease is so confused and contradictory that symptoms might mean anything or nothing. You're sitting in your room trying to decide whether this warrants spending money on a physician, or whether it might resolve on its own, when Agnes knocks and enters without waiting for invitation. That's your relationship now, close enough quarters that privacy is more concept than practice. She sees your face and reads the worry immediately. "What's wrong?" she asks, settling on the edge of your bed. You hesitate because admitting illness means admitting vulnerability, which can spread through the informal networks faster than actual disease. If word gets around that you're sick, clients disappear. If clients disappear, income stops. If income stops, survival ends. But Agnes has been kind, and you're worried enough that keeping silent seems more dangerous than sharing. Burning, you say quietly. Down there, for 3 days now. Agnes nods with the grim recognition of someone who's navigated this territory before. Could be nothing. Irritation from too much work or harsh soap. Could be something worse. You seeing any sores? Any discharge that's unusual? You describe what you have observed, and Agnes listens with the focused attention of an informal diagnostician, which is what women in your profession become by necessity. Physicians cost money most prostitutes don't have, and even when you can afford them, medieval medical knowledge about venereal disease is fantastically wrong. The dominant theory involves imbalanced humours, corrupted blood, and divine punishment for sin, none of which provides useful treatment guidance. So women develop folk knowledge passed between generations, which herbs might help, which symptoms predict disaster, which infections resolve themselves, and which ones kill you slowly. Probably not the great pox, Agnes says finally. That usually starts with a single sore, very specific looking, then goes quiet for months before the real horror begins. What you're describing sounds more like simple inflammation, or maybe the clap, the urinary disease. Still serious, but less immediately catastrophic. The great pox, what later centuries will call syphilis, arrived in Europe recently, spreading through armies and trade routes with devastating speed. Nobody understands what causes it or how to cure it, though theories abound: corrupted air, divine judgment, malign planetary alignments, women's menstrual blood contaminating men during intercourse. The disease progresses in stages: initial sores, then apparent recovery, then years later a horrifying return with lesions that eat through flesh and bone, madness that destroys minds, death that arrives slowly and grotesquely. You've seen women in the later stages, and the memory makes you pray that your current symptoms are anything but that. Historians still argue about syphilis's origins. Some claim it arrived from the New World with Columbus's sailors. Others insist it existed in Europe earlier, but became more virulent through mutation or better documentation. From your perspective, the academic question is irrelevant. What matters is that a new disease is killing prostitutes and clients alike. Nobody knows how to prevent it, and the only treatments available are useless at best and fatal at worst. "What do I do?" you ask, hearing the fear in your own voice. Agnes considers. "You can see the city physician, that's Arno, who does the monthly inspections. He'll examine you, make dire pronouncements about sin and corruption, and probably prescribe mercury treatments that cost a fortune and make you sicker. Or you can see old Hilda, who lives near the North Gate and knows herbs. She's cheaper and possibly more effective, though her remedies taste like punishment and smell worse. Mercury is medieval medicine's answer to venereal disease, based on the logic that because mercury is extreme, liquid metal, toxic, transformative, it must be powerful enough to drive out disease. Physicians prescribe mercury ointments rubbed onto skin, mercury vapours inhaled in closed rooms, mercury compounds consumed orally. The treatments cause hair loss, tooth loss, tremors, salivation, and sometimes death. But because symptoms temporarily improve as the body focuses on expelling the poison, physicians interpret this as evidence of effectiveness. The fact that diseases often return worse than before doesn't shake medical confidence in mercury's curative properties. You've watched women undergo mercury treatments, seen them shake and drool and lose themselves to the cure that's worse than the disease. The phrase, "a night with Venus, a lifetime with Mercury," has become dark humour among prostitutes. the Roman goddess of love and the element that supposedly cures her gifts. You'd rather avoid Mercury if possible, which leaves old Hilda and her herbs. I'll try Hilda first, you decide. If it gets worse, maybe Arno. Agnes nods approvingly. Hilda will want payment up front. She doesn't extend credit. Probably 2 pennies for consultation and whatever remedy she provides. Bring your own cup if she makes you a tisane. She's particular about not sharing vessels. 2 pennies is money you desperately need for food and rent, but infected genitals mean no work, so the investment is necessary. You gather your remaining coins, put on your yellow veil, and set out through afternoon streets toward the north gate. The city feels hostile today. Maybe it's your worry-colouring perception, or maybe it's the veil drawing more aggressive attention than usual. A group of apprentices follows you for half a street, calling out crude suggestions about what they'd like to purchase. You ignore them because engaging only encourages worse behaviour, and eventually they lose interest and peel away toward whatever afternoon mischief apprentices pursue. Old Hilda's house crouches against the city wall like it's trying to merge with the stone, a structure so old and crooked it seems held together by habit rather than actual structural integrity. You knock and wait, hearing movement inside before the door opens to reveal Hilda herself. Ancient by any measure, probably 70 if she's a day, with white hair and hands twisted by joint disease but eyes that remain sharp and assessing. She looks at you, at your yellow veil, and understanding crosses her face immediately. "Occupational ailment?" she asks, her voice surprisingly strong. "Burning, you say. 3 days. No sores yet, but worried." Hilda nods and steps aside to let you enter. Her home is dim, cluttered with hanging herbs and mysterious bundles, ceramic jars labelled in handwriting you can't read, tools whose purposes you can only guess. The smell is overwhelming. Dozens of plant scents competing for dominance, creating an olfactory experience somewhere between garden and apothecary, and something wilder, less civilized. 2 pennies, Hilda says. Examination and treatment both. Pay first. You hand over the coins and she pockets them with the efficiency of someone who's learned not to trust deferred payment. Then she gestures to a stool and you sit, hiking up your skirts while she lights additional candles to improve visibility. The examination is thorough and impersonal. Hilda has seen hundreds of bodies, and yours is just another puzzle to solve. She asks questions about discharge, pain, recent clients, when symptoms started, whether you've had this before. You answer honestly because lying to someone trying to help you seems counterproductive. Inflammation, Hilda pronounces finally. Not the great pox, wrong presentation. Probably the clap, or possibly just irritation from too much friction and not enough rest. I'll make you a treatment that should help either way. She moves around her cluttered space, selecting dried herbs from various bundles, grinding ingredients in a mortar with practiced efficiency. You watch, trying to identify components and failing. Your knowledge of herbs extends to cooking basics and common remedies, but Hilda is working with specialized knowledge accumulated over decades. She's explaining as she works, though whether for your benefit or just habit you're not sure. Yarrow for inflammation, chamomile for soothing, lady's mantle because it strengthens women's parts, and a bit of golden seal for infection. She grinds and mixes, then adds the powder to a ceramic jar and seals it with a cork. Boil water, add a spoonful of this, let it cool until just warm, then wash yourself with it twice daily, morning and evening. Use a clean cloth each time. Dirty rags will make things worse. Do this for 7 days. If symptoms haven't improved by then, come back. Do you remember the first time you dealt with a health scare in this profession? The terror of not knowing whether this was minor or fatal, the calculation about whether you could afford treatment, the awareness that your body is simultaneously your livelihood and your liability. You've developed a complicated relationship with your own flesh. It's the tool you use to survive, and you maintain it the way a carpenter maintains his saw, or a weaver her loom, with practical attention to function rather than emotional attachment to self. Hilda hands you the jar along with additional instructions about rest, reducing clients if possible, urinating after intercourse to flush contamination. And, she adds, looking at you directly, consider using a sheath if clients will accept it. Some men are using them, sheep intestine tied at the base, not popular but better than disease. Sheaths, what later centuries will call condoms, exist in your time but are rare, expensive and generally unpopular with clients who find them uncomfortable and pleasure-reducing. Some Italian merchants supposedly use them, having learned the practice from scholarly texts or Eastern traders. But most men refuse, and most prostitutes lack the power to insist. Your negotiating position is too weak to demand protective measures when plenty of other women will offer services without restrictions. You thank Hilda and leave with your jar of medicine, feeling slightly less panicked now that you have a plan, even if the plan is just washing with herbs and hoping. The walk home takes you past the cathedral, where afternoon prayers must be concluding because people stream out in clusters. You spot Father Benedict among them, and your eyes meet for a fraction of a second before he looks away, his face carefully blank. The irony strikes you hard. He might have given you this infection, if infection is what it is, and now he walks away unexamined, untreated, free to spread disease to the next woman while you spend your scarce pennies on remedies and worry yourself sick about symptoms he'll never develop, because male anatomy externalizes these problems differently. Medieval medicine understands almost nothing about disease transmission. The dominant theory is miasma, corrupted air that carries sickness, combined with humoral imbalance requiring bloodletting, purging, or rebalancing through diet and medicine. Nobody knows about bacteria or viruses or any actual mechanism of infection. Venereal disease is thought to result from women's contaminating essence mixing with men's pure seed, which is why prostitutes are blamed while clients are absolved. The fact that men clearly transmit disease to women gets explained away through complicated logic about how women's inherently corruptible bodies corrupt men's initially pure fluids, creating a cycle of pollution that starts and ends with female sin. Historians still argue whether medieval physicians genuinely believed these theories, or simply used them to reinforce social hierarchies that blamed women for male behaviour. From where you stand, washing yourself with Hilda's herbal tisane, and hoping the burning stops, the distinction seems academic. The effect is the same. Women bear the blame, the cost and the consequences, while men walk away unmarked by either disease or responsibility. That evening you boil water in your room's small brazier, another expense fuel for fire, and prepare Hilda's remedy according to instructions. The tisane smells astringent, medicinal, like concentrated plant life. You wash carefully, using a clean rag torn from an old shift, and the warm liquid is soothing despite the sharp herbal scent. Whether it actually cures anything or just provides symptomatic relief you can't tell, but the burning seems slightly less intense afterward, which you choose to interpret as progress. You can't work tonight, not with symptoms active and worry consuming your attention. That's another cost. Lost income while you heal, pennies not earned that you'll struggle to replace later. The economics of illness in your profession are brutal. You can't afford to be sick, but you also can't afford to work while sick because that drives away clients, and risk spreading disease that could destroy your reputation permanently. So you sit in your room, rationing your remaining food, counting your dwindling coins, and praying to whatever god might listen that Hilda's herbs work. And this burning is just inflammation, and not the early stage of something that will slowly destroy you from the inside. In the morning, the symptoms are marginally better, still present but less intense. You wash again with Hilda's remedy, change into your cleanest shift, and decide to risk a trip to the bathhouse to see if any clients are looking for services that don't involve full intercourse. You can offer other things, hands, mouth, just companionship, that don't stress your healing anatomy. It's not ideal, but it's income. And income is survival, and survival is the only goal that matters when you're living one sick week away from destitution. The bathhouse is quiet this morning, just Marjorie at her station and 2 other women waiting for business. You explain your situation quietly and Marjorie nods with pragmatic understanding. Limited services, she says, making a note in her ledger. I'll let potential clients know. Can't guarantee anyone will be interested, but worth trying. You settle in to wait, your body aching in ways you can't quite describe, your future uncertain in ways you're trying not to calculate. The yellow veil sits on your head like a crown of shame, marking you as available even when you're barely functional, and you wonder how many other women in this city are sitting in similar rooms, wearing similar veils, dealing with similar infections that nobody will treat adequately and everyone will blame them for contracting. The merchant arrives just before noon, well-dressed, middle-aged, the kind of client who radiates respectability so thoroughly that you know he's done this many times before. Men who visit prostitutes regularly develop a casual competence that nervous first-timers lack, a comfort with the transaction that comes from repetition and rationalization. Marjorie sends him to where you're waiting, and he assesses you quickly. Noting your yellow veil, your tired eyes, the way you're sitting that suggests discomfort. He's calculating value and risk, deciding whether you're worth his coins today. What services are you offering? He asks directly. No pretense of romance or seduction. You appreciate the honesty. Everything except full intercourse today, you say, keeping your voice steady. I'm recovering from minor inflammation. Nothing contagious, just need a few more days of rest. But I can provide satisfaction other ways. He considers this, and you can see him weighing options. Find a different woman who offers everything, or accept your limitations at possibly reduced price. 4 pennies, he says finally, which is 2 pennies less than your usual rate but still money you desperately need. You agree, and the transaction proceeds in one of Marjorie's upstairs rooms. The merchant is efficient and not unkind. He understands bodies, understands that sometimes systems need maintenance, and he takes his satisfaction without complaint or cruelty. Afterward, he pays exactly 4 pennies, no tip but no argument, and leaves. You pocket the coins and feel the small relief of having earned something today, even if it's not enough. This is the reality of your client roster, a constantly rotating cast of men from every social stratum, each with different expectations, appetites, and degrees of humanity. You've served apprentices barely old enough to grow beards, spending their first wages on experiences they'll brag about to friends. You've served elderly men seeking proof that desire hasn't entirely abandoned them, paying for patience and pretense that their aging bodies still function. You've served merchants, like today's client, treating sex as another commercial transaction in days filled with buying and selling. You've served knights who are surprisingly gentle despite their violent profession, and clerks who are surprisingly rough despite their scholarly appearance. The one constant is that they're all men with enough money to purchase what they want, and sufficient social permission to want it in the first place. Medieval masculinity makes space for visiting prostitutes in ways it never makes space for being prostitutes. Male desire is natural, understandable, even biologically necessary according to medical theories about seed that must be regularly expelled or risk corrupting the body. Female desire, conversely, is suspect when it exists at all, and female provision of sexual services is sinful even when it's servicing those natural male needs. The logic is circular and convenient, allowing men to use your services while maintaining moral superiority over you. Historians still argue whether medieval men genuinely believed these double standards, or simply found them socially advantageous. You suspect most don't think about it deeply. They want sex, you provide it, and the cultural framework that makes this possible, while keeping them respectable, is just background noise they've internalized since childhood. Questioning it would require uncomfortable self-examination that serves no purpose when the current system works perfectly well for them. Your client roster includes surprising categories of men. Married men visit frequently, sometimes because their wives are pregnant or recently delivered and church teaching forbids intercourse during those periods. Sometimes because marital sex has become routine or unpleasant, sometimes for reasons they don't articulate and you don't ask about. They usually want efficiency, quick satisfaction with minimal emotional entanglement, then back to their respectable lives. They rarely talk about their families, maintaining careful separation between their domestic worlds and these rented rooms. Young men visit seeking education in acts their future wives aren't supposed to know about. Medieval marriage for wealthy families is political and economic, with love a fortunate bonus rather than a requirement, and noble women are expected to be virgin brides ignorant of sexual matters. This creates demand for women who can teach young men what they need to know without the emotional complications of involving respectable girls. You've played instructor more times than you can count, teaching fumbling boys how bodies work, where to put their hands, how to interpret signals. It's simultaneously tedious and darkly funny. These are future husbands who will expect their wives to be sexually naive, while they themselves learned everything in brothels and bathhouses. Soldiers visit when garrisons get paid, appearing in groups that can turn dangerous if they're too drunk or too numerous. These safest soldier clients come alone and sober, professional warriors who understand that violence has contexts, and this isn't one where it's appropriate. The dangerous ones come drunk and entitled, travelling in packs that give them confidence to push boundaries, demand services you don't offer, threaten or actually commit violence if you resist. You've learned to identify dangerous groups before they enter, to be conveniently unavailable when certain types of soldiers arrive looking for entertainment. Visiting merchants are often your best clients. They have money from successful trade, they're in the city temporarily, so reputation matters less. And they sometimes tip well because they're celebrating profitable deals. They treat prostitution as part of travel expenses, as normal as paying for lodging or meals, and they're usually experienced enough to know what they want and how to ask for it without drama. You've developed semi-regular relationships with a few travelling merchants who visit your city seasonally. They ask for you specifically. You remember their preferences, and the familiarity makes transactions smoother, even though everyone understands this is business, not romance. Clergy visit despite their vows, or perhaps because of them. Celibacy creates pressure that seeks release, and prostitutes provide that release without the complications of actual relationships that would truly threaten their vocations. Some priests visit regularly, treating it as another human weakness they'll confess and repeat in endless cycles. Others come rarely, clearly tortured by the contradiction between their vows and their desires, weeping before or after the act. You've learned not to engage with their guilt. It's not your job to absolve them, and their crisis of conscience isn't your responsibility to resolve. Do you remember the first time you recognized a client in public, in church, or the market, or walking with his wife and children? The cognitive dissonance of seeing him in respectable context, pretending you don't know each other, maintaining the fiction that he's a good Christian man and you're just a marked woman he'd never acknowledge. It happens constantly now. These encounters where your eyes might meet briefly before sliding away, both of you protecting the social illusion that keeps his reputation intact while keeping yours permanently stained. Some clients become almost friends, regulars who visit weekly, who ask about your life, who sometimes bring small gifts or pay extra when they know you're struggling. These relationships are complicated because they blur the transactional clarity that usually governs your work. Is genuine affection developing, or is the performance just more sophisticated? When a regular asks about your health or your worries, is he actually concerned, or just creating the emotional intimacy that enhances his experience? You've learned not to examine these questions too closely because the answers might make the work harder. Other clients are purely transactional. They state their requirements. You provide services, money exchanges hands, they leave. These interactions are easier in some ways, cleaner, less emotionally confusing. You're a craftsperson providing skilled labour, their customers receiving a service, and everyone understands the boundaries. The efficiency is almost comforting compared to clients who want emotional connection you don't have energy to provide. The afternoon brings 2 more clients, an apprentice who fumbles nervously through the encounter and pays exactly the agreed amount, and an older man who requires extensive patience and encouraging noises before finally achieving satisfaction. By evening, you've earned 11 pennies total, minus Marjorie's cut leaves you with 7. Added to what you had remaining, you now have 13 pennies, enough to cover rent next week plus a few days of food, though you're still behind where you need to be to feel secure. Walking home through twilight streets, you pass groups of men clearly heading toward entertainment districts, workers with fresh wages, apprentices on unauthorized adventures, merchants wrapping up business days. Some notice your yellow veil and call out propositions. Others ignore you completely, which is almost worse because at least attention acknowledges your existence even if it reduces you to commodity. You've become skilled at reading which men might become clients and which are just posturing for their friends, which approaches to acknowledge and which to ignore completely. Near your building, you encounter a man who's clearly drunk, weaving across the street, grabbing at your arm when you try to pass. "How much?" he slurs, his breath sour with ale. You quote a price double your usual rate, hoping he'll either pay premium or move on. He argues, tries to negotiate down, grabs your wrist hard enough to hurt. You wrench free and keep walking, faster now, aware that drunk men can turn violent when rejected, and that the night watch rarely intervenes in conflicts involving prostitutes. He yells something crude behind you but doesn't follow, and you reach your door with relief. Inside, you lock the bolt and lean against the door, breathing hard. The yellow veil comes off immediately. You've worn it all day and your head aches from the constant reminder of marking, from the weight of visibility that never allows you to be invisible, undefined, just yourself. You prepare Hilda's tisane for your evening washing, and the ritual has become almost meditative. The boiling water, the herbal smell, the careful cleansing, the hope that tomorrow will bring more healing and less worry. Your body keeps score of this life in ways you try not to acknowledge. The bruises on your arms from clients who grip too hard, the persistent ache in your lower back from hours spent in unnatural positions, the occasional cuts or abrasions from rough encounters, the fatigue that never fully resolves because you can't afford enough rest between clients, the infections and inflammations that come from too much friction and not enough hygiene. You're 23 and sometimes feel 60. Your body aging faster than the years because the work is wearing in ways respectable employment rarely is. Medieval medicine offers little help for these occupational ailments. Physicians might prescribe rest, which you can't afford. They might recommend bloodletting to balance humours, which would make you weaker. They might suggest avoiding sin, which is useless advice when sin is how you survive. So you rely on women like Hilda, on folk remedies and hope, and the body's own remarkable capacity to heal when given the slightest opportunity. You lie in bed counting the day's earnings again, calculating tomorrow's possibilities, trying to plan for a future that never extends more than a few days ahead, because longer-term planning feels impossible when your survival is this precarious. 13 pennies. It's simultaneously a fortune, more than many labourers earn in a week, and nowhere near enough to build the security you need to imagine escaping this life. The truth you rarely admit even to yourself is that most prostitutes don't escape. They age out when beauty fades and clients disappear, or they die young from disease or violence or childbirth gone wrong, or they retreat to Magdalen convents to spend remaining years in penitent poverty. The stories of prostitutes who saved enough to retire comfortably, who married well and left this life behind, are rare enough to be legend rather than realistic possibility. You're trapped in a profession that uses you up and discards you, and the best you can hope for is to survive long enough that something changes, the economy improves, opportunities appear, a miracle occurs. But miracles are for saints and stories, and you're neither. You're just a woman with a yellow veil and a purse of coins and a body that's both tool and liability, trying to survive in a world that simultaneously needs you and hates you for being needed. Tomorrow brings new clients, new negotiations, new calculations about survival. But tonight, for these few hours before sleep, you allow yourself to simply be tired. Tired of performing, tired of calculating, tired of being visible in ways you can't control, and invisible in ways you desperately wish someone would see. The bleeding should have arrived 10 days ago. That monthly reassurance that your body remains your own, uncolonized by the consequences that terrify every woman in your profession. You've tracked your cycles carefully since entering this life, scratching marks on the wall beside your bed, noting the moon's phases, counting days with the obsessive attention of someone for whom pregnancy means potential death. Now you're late, and late means worry that sits in your stomach like swallowed stones, heavy and cold and impossible to ignore. You might simply be irregular. Stress, poor nutrition and constant physical labour can disrupt cycles. Or you might be pregnant, facing the impossible choice between methods that could kill you and a pregnancy that definitely will ruin you. Medieval contraception is more hope than science, a collection of folk practices, herbal remedies, and wishful thinking that occasionally works but more often doesn't. You've tried several methods. Sheep's bladder sheaths tied with ribbon, though clients almost universally refuse them. Vinegar douches immediately after intercourse, stinging and awkward but supposedly effective at killing seed. Pessaries made from wool soaked in various concoctions that apothecaries sell with knowing looks and no guarantees. Some women swear by drinking pennyroyal tea throughout their cycle, or inserting herbs directly before intercourse, or timing services to avoid fertile days. Though nobody truly understands when those fertile days are, so the timing method is mostly superstition. The morning sickness started yesterday. a wave of nausea that sent you stumbling outside to vomit in the street, drawing disgusted looks from people passing by. This morning it's worse. Your stomach rebelling against the bread you tried to eat, your body announcing what you've feared for days. You're almost certainly pregnant, perhaps 6 or 7 weeks along if your calculations are correct, and now you must decide what to do about it before the window for action closes and the decision gets made for you. Abortion exists in your world, though the word isn't quite right. Medieval people talk about restoring the menses or bringing down the flowers, euphemisms that acknowledge the practice while avoiding explicit admission that you're ending a pregnancy. The Church officially condemns all forms of contraception and abortion, citing doctrines about ensoulment and murder and sin that carry eternal consequences. But the Church also understands that desperate women find desperate solutions, and pastoral practice is often more flexible than doctrine suggests. Some confessors accept that women in your profession have particular necessities that complicate moral absolutes. Others condemn any interference with pregnancy as mortal sin deserving damnation. You know 3 ways forward, each carrying its own risks. First, do nothing, carry the pregnancy to term, and deal with consequences afterward. This means 9 months of decreasing income as your body changes and clients lose interest, culminating in childbirth that might kill you and will definitely leave you with an infant you can't keep and can't afford. The foundling wheel at the convent offers one solution. You could deliver in secret, wrap the baby in whatever cloth you can spare, and leave it in the rotating wooden cylinder that allows mothers to anonymously surrender infants. The nuns will take the child, raise it, or more likely send it to a wet nurse, and you'll never know what becomes of the baby who grew inside you. This option is legal, won't damage your health immediately, but costs 9 months of earning capacity you desperately need. Second option, herbal abortion, using plants that supposedly stimulate contractions and expel the developing fetus. Pennyroyal is most common. The same herb used for contraception becomes abortifacient at higher doses, though the line between effective dose and fatal dose is alarmingly narrow. Rue, tansy and savin also have reputations for ending pregnancies, though their effectiveness is uncertain and their dangers are very real. Women die from these herbs. You've heard stories of hemorrhaging that won't stop, convulsions that destroy minds, fevers that consume from within. Old Hilda probably knows the preparations, but even she will warn you that the herbs are dangerous, unpredictable, and might simply fail while damaging your body in ways that make future survival harder. Third option, mechanical abortion, which means visiting someone who will physically intervene to end the pregnancy. These practitioners exist in shadows. Midwives who provide services they won't discuss publicly. Barber surgeons who know techniques they learned from necessity rather than training. Women who've developed skills through trial and error and accumulated corpses. The procedure is dangerous in ways that make herbal abortion look safe. Infection is almost guaranteed in an era before anyone understands sterility. Perforation of the uterus is always possible, and bleeding can turn catastrophic before anyone realizes something has gone wrong. Women who survive mechanical abortions sometimes become infertile from scarring. Women who don't survive are buried quietly, and their deaths attributed to other causes. Historians still argue whether medieval abortion was as common as indirect evidence suggests, or whether moral condemnation made it rarer than demographic patterns would predict. The truth is probably that abortion happened constantly but quietly, hidden in the gap between official doctrine and practical necessity, and that many women died from it without anyone recording their deaths as resulting from terminated pregnancies because admitting that would require acknowledging the practice existed. You sit on your bed feeling nausea roll through your stomach in waves, trying to decide which option is least likely to kill you. The foundling wheel option is safest for your body, but destroys your earning capacity for most of a year. You'll show pregnancy within 2 or 3 months, clients will disappear, and you'll need to survive somehow on charity or savings you don't have. The herbal option might work, might fail, might kill you, and you won't know which until you've already swallowed the tea and committed to whatever happens next. The mechanical option is most reliably effective but most immediately dangerous, and finding a practitioner who's skilled rather than simply available is nearly impossible. Do you remember when pregnancy was something women hoped for, celebrated, prepared for with joy? That was the life where marriage was possible, where children meant family rather than ruin, where your body's fertility was asset rather than liability. In this life, pregnancy is catastrophe, proof of professional failure, evidence that precautions didn't work, a condition that will strip away the slender economic security you fought to build. Your body has betrayed you, or you've betrayed it by asking it to function as both livelihood and life support, and now you're paying the price. Agnes knocks and enters, sees your face, and understands immediately. "Late?" she asks gently. You nod, not trusting your voice. Agnes sits beside you, quiet for a moment. "How late?" 10 days, and the sickness started. She exhales slowly. "Have you decided what you'll do?" "I can't carry it. I can't lose 9 months of income. I'll starve before the baby comes." Your voice sounds flat, distant, like you're describing someone else's situation rather than your own immediate crisis. Agnes nods. "I know someone. A midwife named Beatrix lives near the southern gate. She's experienced with these situations. Not cheap. Probably costs 8 or 10 pennies, but safer than herbs and faster than carrying to term. 8 or 10 pennies is most of what you currently have, but spending it might save your life while keeping it might just delay dying. The calculation is brutal but clear. Can you take me to her?" "Tomorrow," Agnes says. She only sees women like us in early mornings before her regular clients arrive. "I'll come get you at dawn." That night you barely sleep, your mind spinning through fears that multiply in darkness. What if the procedure goes wrong? What if infection sets in? What if you hemorrhage and die in some midwife's back room, your body disposed of quietly, your death unmarked and unmourned? What if the procedure works but leaves you infertile, ending not just this pregnancy but any future possibility of children? Not that you want children in this life, but closing that door permanently feels different than temporarily avoiding it. Medieval women face these calculations constantly, and the authorities know this but maintain the public fiction, that pregnancies proceed to term unless God wills otherwise. Acknowledging that women actively manage their fertility would require admitting that female bodies belong to the women inhabiting them rather than to husbands, fathers, or church authorities. So abortion remains illegal but tacitly tolerated, condemned in sermons but accessible through networks of women helping women survive patriarchal systems that criminalize survival strategies. Dawn arrives grey and cold, and Agnes collects you as promised. You walk through streets just beginning to wake, past shuttered shops and taverns sleeping off last night's business. Your yellow veil attracts less attention this early. Most people are still indoors, and those who see you probably assume you're heading home from a long night, rather than toward an abortion that might kill you. The walk feels both too long and too short, time distorting around your anxiety until you can't tell if minutes are passing or if you're trapped in some eternal present where you're always walking toward this decision, but never arriving. Beatrix's house sits on a narrow lane where buildings lean together overhead, creating a tunnel of shadow even in daylight. Agnes knocks in a specific pattern. 3 quick raps, pause, 2 more, and the door opens immediately. Beatrix is perhaps 45, solid and competent looking, with hands that show years of work and eyes that have seen too much death to be shocked by anything. She looks at you, at Agnes, and nods them both inside. "How far along?" Beatrix asks, all business. 6, maybe 7 weeks. "Morning sickness?" "Yes, started yesterday." Beatrix nods, calculating. "Early enough that it should be straightforward. 10 pennies, 8 for the procedure, 2 for medicine, after to prevent infection. Payment before I start." You count out 10 pennies from your purse, watching your financial security dissolve into someone else's palm. Beatrix pockets the coins and gestures to a room in the back, small, relatively clean, with a narrow bed and tools laid out on a cloth that might have once been white. Your stomach clenches with fresh fear, but Agnes squeezes your hand, and you force yourself to lie down where Beatrix indicates. "This will hurt," Beatrix says matter-of-factly. "Try not to move too much. It'll be faster if you stay still." What follows is pain unlike anything you've experienced. Invasive, intense, a cramping agony that makes you bite down on the leather strap Beatrix provided to keep from screaming. She works with efficient precision, explaining nothing, her hands moving with the confidence of someone who's done this hundreds of times. You focus on breathing, on Agnes's hand gripping yours, on surviving the next minute and then the next, not thinking about what's happening or what it means or whether you're making the right choice, because the choice is already made and now you just have to endure its consequences. Time becomes meaningless. The procedure might last 10 minutes or an hour, you can't tell. Eventually Beatrix sits back and announces, "Done. You'll bleed for several days, maybe a week. If the bleeding gets very heavy, or if you develop fever, come back immediately. Otherwise, rest for 2 days if you can afford it. Avoid heavy work for a week, and don't take any clients until the bleeding stops completely." She hands you a small cloth bundle, herbs wrapped in linen, with instructions for preparing a tea that supposedly prevents infection. Whether it actually works or just gives you something to do while hoping your body heals itself, you're not sure, but you take it gratefully. Agnes helps you sit up, and the world spins dangerously before settling. You're cramping still, aware of blood soaking the rags Beatrix provided, but the worst pain is fading into a dull ache that feels almost manageable compared to the procedure itself. Outside, the morning has properly arrived. The city is awake and busy, indifferent to your crisis, continuing its daily operations while you navigate consequences it will never acknowledge. Agnes walks you home slowly, supporting your weight when dizziness threatens to topple you. In your room, she helps you lie down, builds up your fire despite the cost of fuel, and promises to check on you this evening. "You did the right thing," Agnes says quietly before leaving. "I know it doesn't feel like it now, but you did." After she's gone, you lie very still, feeling your body process what just happened. The cramping, the bleeding, the strange, empty sensation where something was growing and now isn't. You're not sure whether Agnes is right about this being the right thing, but you know it was the necessary thing, the only thing that allowed you to imagine surviving the next 6 months. The alternative was 9 months of poverty culminating in childbirth that might kill you, and definitely would leave you with an infant you couldn't keep. So really there was no alternative at all. just this one terrible option that you took, because dying slightly later is preferable to dying slightly sooner. Medieval women make these calculations in silence, sharing knowledge through whispered networks, helping each other survive systems designed to punish female sexuality while depending on it. The authorities know this happens but maintain the fiction that it doesn't, because admitting it would require acknowledging women's agency over their own bodies, and that acknowledgement would threaten too many power structures to be tolerable. You drift in and out of sleep, dreams mixing with waking thoughts until you can't distinguish them. When you wake fully, it's afternoon, and the bleeding has slowed to something manageable. You're alive. Your body is still your own. The crisis has passed, replaced by recovery and the slow process of returning to work that finances survival, that creates conditions for future crises in an endless cycle you're trapped inside. But tonight, cramping and bleeding and broke, you're at least still breathing, and that in this life counts as victory. 3 days after the procedure, you're recovered enough to work but fragile enough that you make careful choices about which clients to accept and which to decline. The bleeding has slowed to spotting, the cramping has faded to occasional twinges, and Beatrix's infection prevention tea seems to be working. No fever, no foul discharge, no signs that your body is rebelling against what was done to it. You're lucky, and you know it. Women die from procedures like yours all the time, their bodies succumbing to infections that medieval medicine can't prevent or treat, their deaths recorded as mysterious illnesses or divine punishment for sin rather than the predictable consequences of unsafe abortion practices. You're at the bathhouse when the violence arrives, sudden and shocking in a profession where violence is always possible, but rarely this explosive. A client, drunk, angry about something unrelated to you, strikes the woman he's with hard enough that the sound carries through the partition walls. Then he strikes her again, and she's screaming now, and Bernard is moving but not fast enough, and by the time he reaches the room the client has hit her a third time and blood is streaming from her nose, possibly broken, her eye already swelling shut. Bernard drags the man out bodily, throws him into the street with a violence that suggests personal satisfaction, and bars the door against re-entry. The injured woman, Colette, the one you noticed looking gaunt at church, sits on the floor of the bathing room sobbing, blood on her face and dress, her body shaking with shock or fear or both. Marjorie brings water and clean cloths, speaking in the calm voice of someone who's managed these situations before, and gradually Colette's sobbing quiets to shuddering breaths. "Should fetch the watch," one of the other women says, but everyone knows that's pointless. The city watch rarely intervenes in violence against prostitutes. The prevailing attitude is that women in your profession accept violence as occupational hazard, that entering this life means forfeiting the protection respectable women receive. The legal theory is that prostitutes, having placed themselves outside moral society, can't claim society's protections. The practical effect is that men can assault you with near impunity, knowing that complaints bring mockery rather than justice. Marjorie cleans Colette's face, determines that the nose probably isn't broken despite the bleeding, and sends her home with instructions to rest and return when the swelling subsides. "Can't work looking like that," Marjorie says pragmatically. "Clients don't pay for damaged goods." The phrase makes you flinch. Damaged goods, like Colette is merchandise rather than a person, her value determined by her appearance and compromised by visible injury. But Marjorie isn't being cruel, just stating the economic reality. Clients want fantasy, not evidence of violence, and bruises disrupt that fantasy. Colette will lose a week of income, maybe 2, while her face heals, and during that time she'll still need to eat and pay rent and survive somehow. The violence doesn't just hurt in the moment, it creates cascading financial consequences that push women closer to destitution. This isn't your first witnessing of violence against prostitutes. You've seen women beaten by clients who enjoyed inflicting pain, by pimps enforcing discipline through terror, by random men who targeted prostitutes because they could do so without consequences. You've been hit yourself, slapped for not performing enthusiastically enough, grabbed so hard you bruised, pushed against walls with force that left you gasping. The violence is irregular but predictable. Like lightning during storms, you never know exactly when it will strike, but you know it's always possible and that you have no real protection when it does. Medieval law theoretically protects all citizens from assault, but theory and practice diverge dramatically when victims are prostitutes. Courts generally refuse to hear complaints from women they consider inherently unreliable witnesses. The legal logic is that prostitutes are professional liars. They perform fake pleasure, fake affection, fake intimacy, so their testimony about anything can't be trusted. This circular reasoning means you're simultaneously required to be truthful about your profession for registration purposes and assumed to be lying about everything else because of that profession. Historians still argue whether medieval violence against prostitutes was more severe than violence against other women, or whether it was simply more visible and less condemned. The evidence suggests prostitutes experienced both more frequent violence and less legal recourse, making them particularly vulnerable targets. Your body doesn't just serve clients, it absorbs the violence that male society needs to express, but can't direct toward respectable women without consequences. Do you remember the first time a client hurt you, really hurt you, and you realized that complaining would accomplish nothing? The moment when you understood that surviving this profession meant accepting violence as inevitable and developing strategies to minimize rather than eliminate it. You've learned to read clients for danger signs. The ones who drink too much, who speak too aggressively, who have that particular look in their eyes that predicts cruelty. You've learned to keep doors unlocked so you can flee if necessary, to work in establishments with enforcers like Bernard, who at least sometimes intervene, to cultivate relationships with watchmen who might protect you if properly bribed. But even these strategies fail. Violence finds gaps in defences, arriving when you're tired or desperate enough to accept a client you'd normally refuse, when enforcers are occupied elsewhere, when watchmen are corrupt or indifferent. The randomness is almost worse than the certainty would be. You can't fully guard against something that arrives unpredictably, so you live in constant low-level anxiety, always partially braced for pain. Some women respond by partnering with pimps or madams who promise protection in exchange for control. Willem and Godelieve both claim to shield their women from dangerous clients, and to some extent this is true. Established managers develop reputations that discourage certain types of violence because hurting their women is bad for business. But this protection comes at enormous cost. Surrendering autonomy, accepting abuse from managers themselves, losing the ability to refuse clients or negotiate terms. You're trading one vulnerability for another, hoping that managed violence is preferable to random violence. The afternoon passes uneasily, everyone shaken by Colette's assault. Business is slow. Word spreads quickly through informal networks when violence occurs, and clients who prefer discretion avoid establishments that have recently seen trouble. You earn only 3 pennies the entire afternoon, barely worth the time spent waiting. By evening you return home, tired and discouraged, calculating whether you can afford another day of poor earnings before needing to seek work elsewhere. Agnes is waiting in the hallway, her expression grim. Willem's been around asking questions, she says quietly. About you specifically. Wants to know why you're not working under management, whether you're struggling financially, whether you'd be interested in his protection. Your stomach clenches. Willem asking questions means Willem is considering forcing the issue, bringing you under his control whether you agree or not. His usual method is economic pressure. He owns your building so he can raise your rent until you can't afford it, then offer to waive increases if you accept his management terms. Or he manufactures debts, claims you owe him money for various invented services, then offers to clear the debt in exchange for working for him. Women who resist both approaches sometimes experience escalating problems. Harassment from his enforcers, stolen property, mysterious fires, violence that can't be proven but everyone knows originates from him. What did you tell him, you ask? That you're independent and managing fine. But he didn't seem convinced. Agnes hesitates. He's been expanding lately. Brought 4 new women under management in the past month. Some joined willingly, some less willingly. This is the pattern you've feared. Willem systematically consolidating control over prostitutes in your district, eliminating independent operators, creating a monopoly that maximizes his profits while minimizing women's options. If you resist, he has numerous methods for making resistance untenable. If you submit, you lose the fragile independence you've fought to maintain. What do I do? The question emerges smaller than you intended, revealing the fear underneath your attempted competence. Agnes shakes her head. Save money if you can, enough to leave the city if necessary, or consider working for Godelieve. She and Willem have territorial arrangements, and being under her protection might keep him away. Or, she trails off, unwilling to state the third option. Submit to Willem's terms and hope his management is survivable. That night you lie awake calculating impossible scenarios. You have maybe 8 pennies remaining after Beatrix's procedure. Leaving the city requires travel money, money for establishing yourself elsewhere, enough cushion to survive while building new client relationships. That's 20 or 30 pennies minimum, maybe more. Working for Godelieve means accepting her 30% and her control over which clients you serve and when. Submitting to Willem means 50% plus whatever additional fees he invents, plus vulnerability to his personal cruelty and the risk that his protection is mostly fiction. There are no good options, just gradations of bad, and you're running out of time to choose before circumstances choose for you. The next morning, Willem himself appears at your door. He's smiling, which is more threatening than if he were angry. His smiles mean he's confident about outcomes, certain that you'll eventually agree to whatever he wants, because women in your position always do. He's perhaps 50, built like someone who's done physical labour, but has recently achieved enough success to go soft around the middle. His clothes are good quality, but slightly too fine for his station, the costume of someone performing prosperity to inspire fear. You're doing well for yourself, Willem says, not waiting for invitation before entering your room. His eyes catalogue everything, the sparse furnishings, the mended dress hanging on its peg, the nearly empty food shelf. Independent, managing your own affairs. I respect that. You say nothing, waiting for the actual proposition to emerge from this false courtesy. But independence is risky, Willem continues, settling onto your only stool without asking permission. Violence like what happened to Colette yesterday, that happens to women without proper protection. And there are other risks: theft, harassment, legal troubles. I provide protection from all of that. for a reasonable percentage. 50% isn't reasonable, you say, trying to keep your voice steady. Willem smiles wider. 50% is standard, and considering that includes protection, client referrals, legal advocacy if you're arrested, and medical care if you're injured, it's actually quite generous. Plus rent forgiveness. You'd live here for free, no more worrying about whether you can make payment. The offer sounds almost attractive until you calculate what it actually means. Surrendering half your earnings plus autonomy over which clients you accept, when you work, what services you provide. And the medical care he mentions is probably just access to the same folk healers you already use, and the legal advocacy is likely just bribes to officials he's already paying for other reasons. You'd be trading real independence for illusory protection. I'm managing fine alone, you say, though you both know this is barely true. Willem's smile doesn't waver, but something hardens in his eyes. Think about it, he says, standing to leave. But don't think too long. Rent increases are coming next month. Your landlord mentioned that building repairs require additional funds. Your rent might double. Unless, of course, you're working under my management, in which case I'm sure we could keep your costs reasonable. The threat is crystal clear. Submit or face manufactured financial crisis that will force submission anyway. He leaves, and you're alone with the understanding that your independence has an expiration date rapidly approaching. That evening, you visit Godeliev's house to discuss possibilities. She receives you in a surprisingly comfortable room, furnished with actual chairs, a carpet, even a tapestry on one wall. Her operation is clearly profitable, and she displays that prosperity as advertisement to potential workers. Join me, and this comfort could be yours, or at least you'll be protected by someone who has resources. Agnes told me you might visit, Godelieve says, pouring wine into actual glass cups rather than ceramic or wood. Willem's circling you. He wants 50% and control. Godeliev nods. That's his way. I offer 30%, and I don't own you. You can leave whenever you want, though I ask for a week's notice so I can adjust arrangements. I provide actual protection, not promises. Berner works for me part-time. I maintain relationships with watchmen who respond when I summon them, and I screen clients to minimize danger. My women work regular hours in houses I maintain, which are clean and relatively safe. In exchange, you accept the clients I schedule and you follow house rules. No stealing from clients, no violence toward other women, no discussing business outside my establishments. 30% is better than 50%, and Godelieve's reputation suggests she actually provides the protection she promises. But joining means surrendering independence, becoming another worker in someone else's enterprise, accepting schedules and clients you might prefer to refuse. Can I think about it, you ask? Until Willem forces your hand, Godelieve says. After that, coming to me looks like desperation, and I negotiate less favourably with desperate women, so decide soon. Walking home through dark streets, you understand that your time as an independent operator is ending. The system is designed to funnel women toward managed work, using economic pressure and threat of violence to eliminate alternatives. You've lasted longer than most, but the walls are closing, and you're running out of space to maneuver. Your body aches, from the recent procedure, from work, from the accumulated stress of living constantly on the edge of disaster. You're 23 years old and sometimes wonder if you'll reach 25, 30, whether you'll age out of this profession or die within it, whether any future exists beyond the next week's survival. But tonight, you're still independent, still autonomous, still yourself. Tomorrow might bring submission to Godelieve or Willem, but tonight you still make your own choices, answer to no one, survive on your own terms. It's cold comfort, but it's the only comfort available. The town crier's announcement reaches you while you're buying bread. The spring fair begins in 3 days, bringing merchants from across Europe to sell, trade, and celebrate the season's first major commercial gathering. The crier lists the attractions: Flemish cloth, Spanish wine, German metalwork, entertainers from France, tournaments featuring knights from a dozen kingdoms. What he doesn't mention, but everyone understands, is that Spring Fair Week means brothels will overflow, bath houses will operate at capacity, and prostitutes will earn more in 7 days than they typically make in a month. It also means violence, chaos, disease transmission, and exhaustion that leaves you hollowed out when the merchants finally depart. Medieval trade fairs are economic engines that temporarily transform cities into international marketplaces, where currencies from different kingdoms circulate, languages multiply, and normal social rules bend under pressure from thousands of visiting men with money and appetites. The authorities anticipate this. They actually relax certain regulations during fair weeks, understanding that strictly enforcing curfews and geographic restrictions would be both impossible and counterproductive to the commercial activity they're trying to encourage. The official logic is never stated explicitly, but everyone understands it. Prostitution facilitates commerce by keeping visiting merchants entertained and spending money. So for 1 week, the usual pretense of moral condemnation gets quietly suspended. You're in Godelieve's house within an hour of hearing the announcement, along with perhaps 15 other women having the same thought. Fair Week requires organisation, protection, and strategic positioning to maximise earnings while minimising danger. Godelieve sits at her table with ledgers open, already calculating how to deploy her workers for maximum profit. She looks up when you enter and smiles with satisfaction. She's been expecting you, knowing that independent operators need a management during fair weeks or risk being overwhelmed by the chaos. "I'm offering Fair Week contracts," Godelieve announces to the assembled women. "You work exclusively for me during the 7 days of the fair, following my client's scheduling and house rules. In exchange, protection from Bernard and 2 additional enforcers. I'm hiring specifically for the fair. Guaranteed housing in my best properties. Meals provided so you don't waste time on food preparation, and medical attention if needed. My take is 35% instead of the usual 30%. The extra 5% covers the additional expenses I'm incurring for security and infrastructure. The terms are aggressive but probably fair given the circumstances. Working independently during Fair Week means navigating chaos alone, dealing with drunk merchants who might turn violent, competing with dozens of other prostitutes for client attention, and managing logistics while exhausted. Godelieve's structure provides order and safety at the cost of autonomy and a larger percentage. "What about clients who want specific women?" someone asks. "Can we refuse?" "Within reason," Godelieve says. "If you have genuine safety concerns about a particular client, I'll respect that. But you can't refuse just because you're tired or the client is unattractive. Fair Week is about maximising income for everyone. You, me, and the city collecting its taxes. We all profit if we're efficient." Several women nod, already convinced. Already. Others, like you, are calculating whether this contract is better than the alternatives. Working for Godeliev means surrendering a week of independence plus 35% of peak earnings. Working independently means keeping all your income but facing Fair Week's chaos without protection or infrastructure. Working for Willem which he's certainly offering similar contracts, means his 50% and his unpredictable cruelty. Do you remember the last spring fair 2 years ago when you were newer to this profession and tried to work independently? The sheer overwhelming chaos of it, drunk merchants propositioning you constantly, fights breaking out between clients competing for women's attention, the exhaustion of working from dawn until after midnight for days straight, the terrifying moment when a client refused to pay and you had no enforcer to summon. You earned decent money that week but spent the following month recovering from exhaustion and an infection you contracted from inadequate hygiene between clients. "I'm in," you say before you can overthink it. Fair week contract 35%. Godoliev makes a mark in her ledger. "You'll work out of the Oak Street house. That's my best property, closest to the main fairgrounds. You'll share a room with 2 other women, rotating shifts so the bed's always earning. Clients pay 7 pennies minimum for basic services, more for anything elaborate. I collect payment directly. You never handle money during the fair. Too much opportunity for theft or confusion. Not handling your own money feels uncomfortable, requiring trust that Godelieve will accurately track your earnings and pay your percentage. But the system probably makes sense given the volume. During Fair Week you might see 20 or 30 clients, and tracking that many individual transactions while exhausted would invite errors. Better to let Godelieve manage accounts and trust that her reputation for fairness isn't just propaganda. The next 2 days are preparation. You wash your best dresses, mend tears and loose hems, visit Hilda for preventative herbs that supposedly boost stamina and reduce illness risk. The yellow veil gets cleaned. You'll wear it during Fair Week, but the crowds are so dense and chaotic that marking becomes almost meaningless when half the women visible are prostitutes serving the merchant influx. You eat as much as you can afford, trying to build reserves for the grueling week ahead. Sleep is difficult. Anticipation and anxiety make rest elusive, even when exhaustion begs for unconsciousness. Fair Week begins with dawn arrivals, merchants and their entourages flooding through city gates, filling inns and taverns, setting up stalls in every available space. The noise is immediate and overwhelming. Cartwheels on cobblestones, vendors calling their wares in multiple languages, animals being herded toward market pens, construction sounds as temporary structures rise in the main square. You report to Godelieve's Oak Street house at mid-morning as instructed, finding it already buzzing with activity. Women arriving, Bernard organising security rotations, Godeliev coordinating logistics with the efficiency of a military commander. Your room is on the 2nd floor, small but relatively clean, with a bed that looks sturdy enough for the work ahead. 2 other women share the space. Margot, who's worked for Godelieve for years, and has the weary competence of someone who's survived many Fair Weeks, and young Isabel, maybe 17, doing her first spring fair and radiating nervous energy. You claim the corner where you'll store your few possessions and try not to think about how little privacy you'll have for the next 7 days. The first client arrives before noon, a cloth merchant from Bruges, prosperous and efficient, wanting basic services delivered quickly so he can return to his business dealings. You provide what he wants, he pays Godelieve, and he's gone within 20 minutes. The second client arrives before you've fully cleaned up from the first, then a third, then 2 more in quick succession, and suddenly the day is a blur of bodies and minimal conversation and mechanical performance, your mind detaching from the physical reality because thinking too much about what you're doing would make continuation impossible. Historians still argue whether medieval prostitutes experienced Fair Weeks as opportunity or exploitation. whether the concentrated income justified the physical and emotional toll. From where you are, servicing your 8th or ninth client of the day, you've lost count. The question seems academic. This is survival economics at its purest. You accept conditions you'd normally refuse because the money is too significant to decline, and you dissociate from the experience because full presence would be unendurable. Evening brings different clients, drunker, louder, more demanding. A German metalworker who's very specific about positions he wants. A French wine merchant who can barely perform but still expects enthusiastic responses. An English knight who's surprisingly gentle but takes forever to finish. Between clients you wash hastily with water Bernard brings. Never enough time for proper hygiene, just quick cleaning before the next man arrives. Margot offers advice between clients. Don't drink wine even if they offer. You need to stay sharp. Eat the bread Godoliev provides even if you're not hungry. You need energy. Urinate after every 3rd or 4th client to prevent infections. Sleep when you can, even just minutes between clients. The week is a marathon, not a sprint. You try to follow her guidance, but exhaustion accumulates faster than rest restores. By midnight, you've seen perhaps 15 clients. You've stopped counting precisely, all the faces blurring together into generic maleness. Your body aches in ways you'll feel for weeks afterward. But Godeliev's system is working. You're safer than you'd be working independently, earning more than you could without her client pipeline, surviving through structure what would destroy you through chaos. The second day is harder than the first, because your body hasn't recovered from yesterday's marathon, and today's marathon is already beginning. More clients, all wanting similar things, none memorable except for their particular quirks. This one smells like horses, that one has interesting scars, another speaks a language you don't recognize and you communicate entirely through gestures. You develop a routine. Greet client, perform service, wash, prepare for next client. Emotion drains away, leaving mechanical competence. You're not really present anymore, just your body functioning while your consciousness retreats somewhere safer. The third day brings a crisis. A client becomes violent with Isabel, hitting her when she asks him to be gentler. Berna arrives quickly, dragging the man out and beating him thoroughly before throwing him into the street. Isabel is shaken but not seriously injured, though she's crying and saying she can't continue. Godelieve is sympathetic but firm. Take an hour to recover, then back to work. We're all tired, we're all struggling, but Fair Week doesn't pause for feelings. You signed the contract. Honour it. It sounds cruel, and maybe it is cruel, but it's also pragmatic reality. If women could refuse work whenever they felt overwhelmed, the entire system would collapse. So Isabel wipes her tears, washes her face, and returns to receiving clients within the hour. You witness this and understand that you're all trapped in a mechanism that values profit over well-being, that treats your bodies as resources to be efficiently extracted. The middle days blur together. Day 4, 5, 6 are indistinguishable. An endless cycle of clients and exhaustion and a minimal rest. You're earning extraordinary money. Godelieve shows you running totals each evening, and your share is accumulating toward 40 or 50 pennies for the week. That's 2 months of normal income compressed into 7 days, enough to pay rent for weeks, buy new clothes, maybe even save something for emergencies. But the cost is measured in ways beyond money. The physical exhaustion, the emotional numbness, the sense that you've temporarily surrendered your humanity to become a sexual machine servicing an endless line of men. Do you remember what it felt like to enjoy physical intimacy, to experience pleasure rather than just provide it? Those memories feel distant now, belonging to a different person in a different life. This work has trained you to separate sexuality from selfhood, to perform acts without experiencing them, to be simultaneously present and absent. It's a dissociative skill that protects you from going mad, but also costs something essential you can't quite name. The final day, day 7, brings relief mixed with final exhaustion. You're numb, moving through motions automatically, your body functioning despite your mind's near complete shutdown. The last client of the fair is a young apprentice spending his first earnings, nervous and quick and grateful for minimal effort. When he leaves, you simply lie on the bed, too tired to even wash properly, and drift into sleep so deep it resembles unconsciousness. You wake 12 hours later to silence. The fair has ended, merchants are departing, the city is returning to normal volume. Your body feels like it's been beaten, every muscle aching, but you're alive and intact. Gotta Leave provides final accounting. You saw 63 clients over 7 days. You're horrified by the number, hadn't realised it was so many, and after her 35%, your share is 48 pennies. 48 pennies. It's more money than you've ever possessed at once. Enough to imagine possibilities beyond immediate survival. You could pay rent for months, buy decent clothes, save for emergencies, maybe even dream about leaving this profession eventually. But you can also barely walk from the physical toll, and you know the psychological impact will linger longer than the physical damage. You gather your few possessions and stumble home through streets still littered with fair debris, broken crates, animal waste, discarded merchandise. The spring fair has extracted everything from you and left you with money and emptiness, profit and loss measured in currencies that can't be compared. In your room, you count the pennies again, making sure the total is real. Then you hide them carefully. Some in your mattress, some in a hole in the floorboard, some sewn into the hem of your spare dress. You've learned not to keep all resources in one place. Then you sleep for 2 days straight, waking only to drink water and urinate, your body demanding recovery it's been denied for a week. When you finally wake fully, the fair feels like a fever dream. Did you really service 63 men in 7 days? The number seems impossible, monstrous, but the money proves it happened. The morning you wake and realise you can't continue arrives without drama or revelation. Just an ordinary dawn when you're 31 years old, looking at your reflection in polished metal and barely recognising the woman staring back. 8 years in this profession have carved themselves into your face and body in ways that cosmetics can't hide and rest can't repair. Your skin has lost its elasticity, marked by scars from clients who were rough and infections that healed badly. Your hair is thinning, whether from poor nutrition, stress, or the mercury treatment you underwent 2 years ago for the pox you finally contracted. You're not sure. Your body moves differently now, stiff in the mornings, aching in ways that suggest damage accumulating faster than healing can address. You're not old by calendar years, but you're ancient by the standards of your profession. The clients have been noticing. Where you once could charge 6 or 7 pennies for standard services, you're now getting offers of 3 or 4, and sometimes men look at you appraisingly and simply move on to younger women. The economics are brutal and clear. Your primary asset is depreciating, your earning capacity declining, and you're approaching the moment when this profession will discard you the way it eventually discards all women who survive long enough to age. You've watched it happen to others. Women in their 30s suddenly unable to find clients, their income evaporating, their options narrowing to charity, crime, or institutions that promise redemption while delivering poverty. The Magdalen Convent of St. Mary sits on the eastern edge of the city, a stone building surrounded by walls high enough to keep the world out or the residents in, depending on perspective. You've walked past it hundreds of times, always aware it represented a possible future, always hoping you'd find some other path. But this morning, with 3 pennies remaining after paying rent and knowing you can't earn enough to survive another month, the convent stops being theoretical future and becomes immediate necessity. The admission process is deliberately humiliating, designed to break your pride before accepting your body. You knock on the heavy wooden door and wait until a small portal opens, revealing a nun's face, middle-aged, severe, her expression suggesting she's heard every story and believes none of them. You explain that you're a prostitute seeking refuge and redemption, using the language you know they want to hear. You're a sinner seeking God's mercy, a fallen woman hoping to rise through penance and prayer, a soul in need of salvation. The nun, Sister Agnes, she introduces herself without warmth, asks questions designed to verify your sinfulness while extracting confession. How long have you practiced this profession? How many men have you serviced? Have you had abortions? Have you stolen? Do you acknowledge your sins and desire redemption? You answer honestly because lying to gain admission seems counterproductive, and Sister Agnes records your responses in a ledger with the same attention to detail that city officials use when registering you for taxation. We accept penitent women who genuinely seek to leave their former lives, Sister Agnes says, her tone making clear that she doubts your genuine penitence, but will accept you anyway because the convent receives funding based on how many fallen women they house. You will take vows of obedience, poverty, and chastity. You will work in our textile workshop, producing lace and embroidery that we sell to finance the convent's operations. You will attend prayers 6 times daily. You will sleep in a dormitory with other penitents, eat simple meals, and speak only during designated hours. You may not leave the convent without explicit permission, which is rarely granted. You will wear our habit, marking you as a Magdalene sister, and you will live this way until God calls you home. It sounds like prison described in religious language, which is probably accurate. But prison with food and shelter beats freedom with starvation, so you nod acceptance. Sister Agnes continues, "You may bring no possessions except the clothes you're wearing. All worldly goods must be surrendered. The convent will sell them to contribute to the community's support. You may not contact people from your former life. You are symbolically dying to your old self and being reborn in Christ." The requirement to surrender possessions strikes hard. You have 40 pennies hidden in various places, money you've saved from fair weeks and careful budgeting, money that represents years of survival. Surrendering it means entering the convent with nothing, completely dependent on the institution, with no resources for escape if conditions become unbearable. But refusing to surrender it means Sister Agnes will deny your admission, so you have no real choice. "I understand," you say, though you're already planning deception. You'll surrender most of the money but hide a few pennies sewn into your hem. Emergency reserves they'll never find unless they strip search you, which seems unlikely given the nun's commitment to modesty. Sister Agnes nods, satisfied with your submission. Return tomorrow at dawn with whatever you're surrendering. Wear simple clothes, nothing that marks your former profession. We have a ceremony for receiving new penitents, after which you'll begin your new life. You leave the convent and walk through the city in a daze, processing what you've just agreed to. You're trading one form of bodily exploitation, prostitution, for another form, unpaid labour in a textile workshop, and calling it redemption. The convent will profit from your work the same way pimps and madams profited from your prostitution, except now the profit goes to the church and gets labelled as spiritual rather than economic. The whole arrangement is brilliantly designed. Society condemns prostitution, creates economic conditions that force women into it, then offers religious institutions as rescue mechanisms that extract labour while calling it penance. Historians still argue whether Magdalene convents represented genuine compassion or sophisticated exploitation, whether they offered women meaningful alternatives or simply different forms of control. From where you stand, knowing you're about to enter one, the answer seems to be both. Yes, the convent offers survival when no other options exist, and yes, it's also a system for extracting unpaid labour from women society has already exploited. Both things are true simultaneously. That night you pack your few possessions, the spare dress, the wooden comb, the small knife you use for cutting bread, the ceramic cup. Tomorrow you'll surrender these to Sister Agnes, who will sell them for pennies and add those pennies to the convent's accounts. You keep 3 pennies hidden in your hem, insurance against a future you can't predict. The rest of your savings, 37 pennies, go into a cloth bundle that Sister Agnes will accept as your entrance donation. Do you remember when 40 pennies seemed like an impossible fortune? When you first started saving, dreaming that enough money might buy an escape from prostitution into something resembling respectability, maybe a small shop, or apprenticeship to a legitimate trade, or passage to a different city where nobody knew your history. Those dreams faded as you realised 40 pennies wasn't nearly enough to rewrite your identity, and that society marks former prostitutes as permanently as it marks current ones. The yellow veil might be removable, but the reputation it represents follows you forever. Dawn arrives and you dress in your simplest brown dress, covering your hair with a plain linen cap, carrying your bundle of surrendered possessions. The walk to the convent feels like walking to execution, which in a sense it is, the execution of your identity as an autonomous person, however constrained that autonomy was. At the gate, Sister Agnes receives you along with 3 other women also seeking admission. You recognise 2 of them from bathhouses and streets, fellow prostitutes aging out of viability. The third is younger, maybe early 20s, and you wonder what drove her to seek the convent's refuge at an age when she could probably still earn. The admission ceremony is brief and deliberately stripping. You surrender your possessions, exchange your clothes for the convent's grey habit, and kneel while the Mother Superior, an ancient woman with a voice like iron, delivers a sermon about Mary Magdalene's redemption and your own potential salvation through labour, prayer, and submission. Then you're led to the dormitory, a long room lined with narrow beds where perhaps 30 women sleep. Your bed is number 17, marked with a wooden tag. You'll be called by number rather than name during your first month, another symbolic death of your former identity. The daily schedule is rigid. Wake at dawn for lauds, morning prayers sung in Latin you don't understand. Then to the textile workshop, where you'll spend 8 hours producing lace, using techniques you'll learn through observation and correction. Break for midday prayers and a meal. Bread, thin soup, water. Return to the workshop until evening prayers, then supper, more bread, sometimes cheese, then compline, the final prayers before bed. Every day identical, stretching ahead into a future that looks exactly like the present. World without end. Amen. The workshop is where the convent's economic model becomes visible. 30 women sitting at tables, fingers flying through delicate lacework that requires extraordinary skill and eye-straining precision. The lace you produce will be sold to wealthy merchants and nobles generating revenue that supports the convent's operations and enriches the church. Your labour is unpaid. You receive food, shelter, and supposed spiritual benefit, but no wages. The Mother Superior calls this redemptive work, labour that purifies your soul while contributing to God's glory. A cynic might call it slavery disguised as mercy. You're assigned to work beside an older woman, perhaps 50, who's been in the convent for 15 years. She teaches you the basic lace patterns without speaking, since conversation is forbidden during work hours. Her hands move with automated precision, producing delicate beauty through sheer repetition. You try to imitate her movements and fail repeatedly, your fingers unpracticed at this particular skill. The workshop supervisor, a nun named Sister Beatrice, corrects you sharply. Slower, more careful. This lace sells for good money. We can't have it ruined by careless work. The irony strikes you hard. As a prostitute, you were condemned for selling your body. As a penitent, you're praised for selling your labour. Both situations involve your body generating profit for others, but one is called sin and the other redemption. The difference is who profits and what language describes the transaction. The days blur into routine. Wake, pray, work, pray, eat, work, pray, sleep. Your fingers develop new calluses from the lace needles, joining the old calluses from previous work. Your back aches from hours bent over the work table. Your eyes strain from the detailed precision required, but you're safe, fed, sheltered, and no man is paying to use your body. Whether this trade is improvement or just different exploitation, you're honestly not sure. Some women in the convent seem genuinely content. They've found peace in routine, comfort in structure, meaning in prayers and productive labour. Others are clearly imprisoned, enduring rather than accepting, surviving this life the way they survived prostitution, by dissociating from the present and hoping for a future that probably won't arrive. You're still determining which category you belong to. One evening, 3 weeks into your convent life, the woman who sleeps in the bed next to yours, number 16, whispers after lights out, "Do you regret coming here?" It's forbidden to speak after compline, but you answer anyway, quietly. "I regret needing to come here, but I don't regret surviving." "I'm not sure this is surviving," number 16 says. "Feels more like slowly dying with prayers attached." You don't disagree, but you also don't agree. Because the question of whether this life is better than the alternative has no clear answer. You're alive, which you might not be if you'd stayed on the streets. You're safe from violence, which was never guaranteed before. You're no longer selling sex, which was destroying you in ways you're only beginning to acknowledge now that it's stopped. But you're also imprisoned, exploited, stripped of autonomy, living a life that values you only for your labour and your symbolic representation as redeemed sinner. The Magdalen Convent is your retirement plan, the finish line of your particular race, the place where women like you end up when all other options have exhausted themselves. It's not redemption, not really. It's just the final stage of a system that exploits women's body from youth until death, changing the name and the justification, but never changing the fundamental reality that your body was never entirely your own. You fall asleep counting the stitches you made today, the same way you used to count coins and clients, always counting, always calculating, always surviving one more day in systems designed to consume you. The geography of your profession matters more than you initially understood when you first entered this life. A prostitute in Venice lives a fundamentally different existence than one in London or Paris, even though all three cities regulate sex work and all three pretend to condemn it while profiting from it. The differences aren't just legal frameworks, their cultural attitudes, economic structures, religious enforcement, and the peculiar local compromises each city makes between official morality and practical necessity. You've heard stories from travelling merchants, from women who've worked in multiple cities, from the informal networks that carry information across borders faster than official dispatches. These stories reveal how arbitrary your particular suffering is. In another city, under different rules, your life might have been marginally easier or significantly worse. Venice, you've heard, treats prostitution almost as a legitimate profession, or at least as legitimate as any profession can be when practiced by women in a patriarchal society. The Venetian authorities concentrate prostitutes in specific districts, particularly near the Rialto Bridge, but don't mark them with humiliating clothing. Instead, Venetian prostitutes are divided into castes: the courtigian honest, educated courtesans who entertain elite clients with conversation, music and sexual services, living in relative luxury and occasionally achieving something approaching social respect; and the courtigian di lume, common prostitutes serving working men, living in conditions probably similar to yours. The Venetian system acknowledges that prostitution serves economic and social functions, and while it's still regulated and taxed, the city doesn't seem quite as committed to public humiliation as your own. Historians still argue whether Venice's relative tolerance reflected genuine progressive attitudes, or simply more sophisticated exploitation. Did Venice treat prostitutes better, or did it just extract profit more efficiently by creating hierarchies that made women compete against each other rather than organising collectively? From the stories you've heard, probably both are true. Venetian prostitutes had more freedom than you do, but they were still trapped in systems that ultimately benefited men and institutions at women's expense. London's Bankside district is legendarily notorious, a zone across the Thames where brothels operate with tacit official permission, despite being theoretically illegal under church law. The brothels, called stews in local parlance, are owned by prominent citizens including bishops, which creates the magnificent hypocrisy of church officials profiting from sin they publicly condemn. The Bankside prostitutes, called Winchester geese because the Bishop of Winchester owns many of the properties, work under conditions that sound simultaneously more free and more dangerous than yours. They're not required to wear identifying clothing, but they're also more vulnerable to violence because the watch rarely intervenes in Bankside affairs. The district is a kind of lawless zone where normal rules suspend, which can be liberating or terrifying depending on circumstances. Do you remember the travelling merchant from London who described Bankside to you? How his description made it sound like a carnival of vice, where anything was available if you had money, where prostitutes worked alongside actors and bear-baiters and criminals in an entertainment district that the authorities officially condemned but actually encouraged. He made it sound almost exciting, which you suspect was more about his experience as a consumer than the reality for women working there. From the perspective of men buying services, Bankside probably was exciting. From the perspective of women providing those services, it was probably just a different flavour of exploitation. Paris operates through bathhouses even more extensively than your city, with establishments scattered throughout the city but concentrated in certain parishes where authorities look the other way. The Parisian bathhouses are barely disguised brothels. Everyone knows that taking a bath is euphemism for purchasing sexual services, and the bathhouse keepers are among the wealthiest citizens despite the theoretical illegality of their actual business. The Parisian system fascinates you because of its commitment to maintaining obvious fictions. The authorities license bathhouses, inspect them for cleanliness, regulate their hours, and collect taxes on their revenue, all while pretending not to notice that very little actual bathing occurs in them. It's your own city's system, but more openly hypocritical, if that's possible. You've heard that Parisian prostitutes sometimes achieve a kind of semi-respectability, if they're beautiful and clever enough, becoming mistresses to wealthy men, living in comfortable circumstances while technically still being prostitutes, but functionally operating more like long-term servants with sexual duties. Whether this represents opportunity or just a different form of sexual servitude probably depends on the particular woman and the particular arrangement. Being a kept mistress might be easier than servicing multiple clients daily, but it also makes you completely dependent on one man's continued interest and financial support, which seems its own kind of precarious. The German cities, Ulm, Nuremberg, Munich, apparently operate municipal brothels with extraordinary regulatory detail. The city owns the brothel building, hires a manager to operate it, registers the women working there, and maintains rules about everything from client behavior to worker health to pricing structures. The women in municipal brothels are essentially city employees, which sounds almost respectable until you consider that they're also essentially trapped. They live in the brothel, work according to schedules the city sets, must accept clients the manager assigns, and need permission to leave even temporarily. The system guarantees survival, but eliminates autonomy to an extent that makes your own constrained existence look relatively free. Historians still argue whether municipal brothels represented pragmatic regulation or intensified control, whether they protected prostitutes from pimps or simply replaced private exploitation with governmental exploitation. You suspect the answer varies by city and by the particular woman's perspective. For some, the security and structure might have been welcome. For others, the imprisonment might have been unbearable. There's no universal answer to whether institutional prostitution is better or worse than informal prostitution, just trade-offs between different forms of constraint. Some cities take regulation to extremes that sound almost parodic. You've heard about ordinances requiring prostitutes to live in specific buildings painted specific colours, or to walk only on certain sides of streets, or to wear not just identifying clothing, but actually bells that announce their presence audibly. The creativity authorities apply to marking and controlling prostitutes is remarkable. If they devoted equal creativity to addressing the economic conditions that push women into prostitution, perhaps fewer women would need rescuing from the profession in the first place. But solving root causes is harder than managing symptoms, and managing symptoms allows authorities to collect taxes while maintaining moral superiority. The variation across cities reveals something important. Prostitution's regulation is largely arbitrary, reflecting local power structures and economic priorities rather than any consistent moral or practical principle. Venice tolerates courtesans because they attract wealthy visitors. London's bishops profit from Bankside while condemning vice. Paris maintains transparent fictions about bathhouses. German cities municipalize sex work to maximize control and revenue. Your own city marks you with yellow veils and collects sin taxes. None of these approaches actually addresses prostitution's root causes: poverty, limited female economic opportunities, male demand for purchasable sex. They just manage the practice in ways that serve authorities' interests. If you'd been born in Venice, you might be a courtesan with education and relative independence. If you'd been born near London, you might be a Winchester goose working Bankside without marking clothing. If you'd been born in Paris, you might be a bathhouse girl with slightly different daily routines. If you'd been born in Nuremberg, you might be a municipal brothel resident with guaranteed food and guaranteed imprisonment. The profession's fundamentals would remain the same. men paying to use your body, but the details of your daily suffering would vary significantly based on arbitrary geographic luck. Do you remember when you first understood how arbitrary your circumstances were? When you realised that the specific humiliations you endure, the yellow veil, the monthly inspections, the particular tax rates, were just one city's chosen method for managing something that every city manages differently. The realization was simultaneously liberating and devastating. Liberating because it revealed that these rules weren't natural or inevitable, just local preferences. Devastating because it meant you suffered not from cosmic necessity but from human choices that could have been made differently. Some cities are reputedly worse than yours. You've heard horror stories about places where prostitutes are branded permanently, marking them for life even if they somehow escape the profession. Places where the authorities are more violent, the clients more dangerous, the diseases more prevalent. Places where no regulations exist at all, and prostitution operates in complete lawlessness, which sounds like freedom until you realize that lawlessness means no protection, no recourse, no limits on what men can do to you. Other cities sound marginally better. Places where the authorities are less obsessed with public humiliation, where medical care is more accessible, where women have slightly more autonomy. But marginally better is still exploitation, still survival sex work, still a life that uses up your body and discards you when you age out or sicken or die. The question isn't which city has the best system for managing prostitution. The question is why every city needs systems for managing prostitution instead of addressing why women need to sell sexual access to survive. But that question is too large, too radical, too threatening to the entire social order. It's easier to regulate prostitution than to fundamentally restructure economic systems that create it. So cities develop their elaborate frameworks, Venetian hierarchies, bankside chaos, Parisian bathhouses, German municipalities, your city's marking systems, and call it governance while ignoring that they're really just designing more efficient exploitation. You think about these comparative stories while sitting in the Magdalen Convent's workshop, your fingers moving automatically through lace patterns. In Venice, you might have been a courtesan in silk. In London, a Winchester goose near the theatres. In Paris, a bathhouse girl with different daily humiliations. But in every city, you would have been a woman selling sexual access because economic circumstances left you limited alternatives, and in every city, you would have aged out eventually and ended up somewhere like this. A religious institution extracting your labour while calling it redemption. The geography of vice is really just the geography of different exploitation styles, and you've had the particular misfortune to be born in a city that favours public marking and moral theatre over other regulatory approaches. In another city, your yellow veil might have been a different colour, or absent entirely, or replaced with some other humiliation. But the fundamental reality, men buying, women selling, authorities profiting, everyone pretending the system serves some higher purpose than simply managing male sexuality's economic expression, that remains constant across all geographies. The lace you're producing will probably be sold in multiple cities, carried by merchants across the trade routes that connect Venice to Paris to London to your own city. The lace bears no mark of its origin, no indication that it was produced by former prostitutes working unpaid in a religious institution. It's just beautiful lace, commodity divorced from the labour that created it, the way prostitution divorces sexuality from the women providing it. You finish another section of lace, hold it up briefly to check the pattern, then continue to the next section. Your fingers know the movements now, working automatically while your mind wanders through imagined geographies, comparing your actual suffering to hypothetical alternatives that might have been marginally better or slightly worse, but would have been, fundamentally, the same grinding exploitation with different local flavours. In Venice or London or Paris or 100 other cities, women like you are doing similar work, selling what society demands while condemning those who sell it, surviving systems designed to use them up, aging out into institutions that promise redemption while delivering continued exploitation. The geography changes, but the story remains depressingly consistent. Women's bodies as commodities, regulated and taxed and marked and discarded, from youth through age, from brothel to convent, from one form of bodily exploitation to another, world without end. Amen. The plague returns to your city in late summer, arriving with a merchant caravan from the south, and spreading through cramped districts with the speed of divine judgment, which is exactly what the priests call it from their pulpits, though you notice they flee to country estates while preaching that common people should stay and accept God's will. The first deaths occur near the docks, then spread to your old district, then everywhere simultaneously, as the disease demonstrates its democratic cruelty. It kills poor and rich, old and young, sinners and saints with equal efficiency. The Magdalene convent locks its gates and prays for deliverance, which means you're trapped inside while the city dies around you, listening to church bells that ring constantly for the dead until there are too many dead and the bells simply stop. You've survived plague before. The outbreak 6 years ago that killed a third of the city's population, including several women you knew from bathhouses and brothels. Agnes died during that plague, and Beatrice and a dozen others whose names you've half forgotten, because remembering the dead in your profession means carrying a memorial weight that eventually becomes unbearable. The plague doesn't discriminate by moral status. It kills prostitutes and aldermen's wives with equal enthusiasm, which some people find comforting in a dark way. If nothing else, plague proves that God either judges everyone or no one, and earthly hierarchies mean nothing to fever and swelling buboes. The convent's response is predictable: increased prayers, restricted movement, and complete isolation from the outside world. No merchants allowed to collect the lace you've been producing, no new supplies delivered, no communication with the dying city beyond the smoke. You can see rising from distant buildings and the occasional screams that carry on night winds. The Mother Superior announces that this plague is divine punishment for sin, specifically, she suggests, for the city's tolerance of prostitution and other vices, which means even inside the convent walls, even years after leaving the profession, you're still being blamed for catastrophes you didn't cause. Food becomes scarce within 2 weeks of lockdown. The convent has stores, but feeding 40 nuns plus 30 penitent Magdalens requires resources that finite granaries can't sustain indefinitely. Meals shrink to twice daily servings of thin porridge and bread, so stale it requires soaking before you can chew it. The Mother Superior announces rationing with the tone of someone describing spiritual benefits. Hunger purifies the soul. Suffering brings us closer to Christ. Our discomfort is nothing compared to his agony on the cross. You're hungry enough that these platitudes provide no comfort, but you're not hungry enough to risk leaving the convent and facing plague directly. So you endure and pray the stores last until either the plague subsides or death arrives in some less painful form than starvation. The plague's economic impacts are catastrophic for your former profession in ways you hear about through whispers and rumours that penetrate even convent walls. With a third of the population dying, the labour market inverts. Suddenly workers are scarce and valuable, wages rise, and some women find opportunities in legitimate trades that previously excluded them. But prostitution faces a particular crisis. Clients are dying or fleeing, and those who remain are terrified of disease transmission through sexual contact. Some brothels close entirely, others stay open, serving desperate clients willing to risk infection for brief pleasure. The economic model that sustained your profession collapses when everyone fears everyone else's body as potential plague vector. Historians still argue whether plague outbreaks increased or decreased prostitution long term. Some evidence suggests women turned to sex work out of desperation when plague killed their families and destroyed their economic support, while other evidence suggests the profession contracted severely because clients disappeared and disease transmission fears disrupted the market. From inside the convent you can't observe the immediate effects, but you can imagine the calculations women like your former self are making. Risk plague for income that might not materialize, or risk starvation from refusing work. Choose between dying diseases or dying hunger. Do you remember the last plague's aftermath? The moral crusades that followed, blaming prostitutes and other scapegoats for God's wrath. The new regulations passed by aldermen who survived and felt they needed to prove their piety by increasing restrictions on vice. The plague creates temporary social chaos that reveals how fragile normal hierarchies are, and the authorities' response is always to reassert control more aggressively than before. You suspect this plague will trigger similar reactions: harsher laws, more public penitential rituals, intensified persecution of anyone designated as morally contaminating. The Black Death is teaching your city the same lesson it taught Europe generations ago, that death is everywhere, arbitrary, unstoppable by human intervention, and that all the regulations and moral posturing and social hierarchies mean nothing when fever arrives. The wealthy die in their fine houses, the poor die in the streets, prostitutes die in brothels, nuns die in convents. The disease doesn't read sumptuary laws or respect religious vows or accept bribes. It simply kills, indiscriminately, until it exhausts itself, or the population thins enough that transmission slows. Inside the convent, women start dying by the 4th week. Sister Margaret develops fever first, then the characteristic swellings in her neck and armpits, then delirium and death within 3 days. The nuns isolate her in a separate room, but isolation proves ineffective. The plague is already spreading through the dormitories and workshops, transmitted by mechanisms nobody understands, because medieval medicine still believes in miasma and humoral imbalances rather than contagion. 2 more nuns die, then 3 penitent Magdalens, then the workshop supervisor, Sister Beatrice, and suddenly the death toll is accelerating and the convent's prayers sound increasingly desperate. You develop fever on a Tuesday. You remember the day because it's laundry day and you're folding linens when the heat hits you suddenly. Overwhelming, making your hands shake and your vision blur. You continue working because admitting illness means isolation and probably death. But by evening the fever is undeniable and the swellings are starting in your armpit. Painful lumps that signal the plague has found you. The nuns move you to the sick room, where 6 other women lie in various stages of dying, and leave you with prayers and minimal care because they have no treatments that actually work. The next days are fever dreams. You're burning and freezing simultaneously, your body aching in ways that make previous pains seem trivial, the swellings growing larger and more agonizing. You drift in and out of consciousness, sometimes aware of the other women moaning around you, sometimes lost in hallucinations where you're back on the streets wearing the yellow veil, or in Beatrix's back room undergoing the abortion again, or servicing an endless line of clients whose faces all blur into the same accusing expression. Time becomes meaningless. You can't tell if hours or days are passing, whether the woman who was moaning beside you is still breathing, or has joined the dead who are supposedly being buried in the convent garden, though you're too sick to confirm. At some point, day 3, day 4, the fever breaks. You wake to find yourself soaked in sweat. The swellings in your armpits still present but no longer growing. Your mind clear enough to recognize that you might actually survive. The woman who was beside you is gone, her bed stripped bare. Of the 6 women who were in the sick room when you arrived, you're the only one still breathing. You've survived the plague, which means either God has plans for you or random chance selected you, and given everything you know about how the world works, you suspect random chance is the more likely explanation. Recovery is slow. You're weak for weeks, barely able to stand, and when you finally return to the workshop, your hands shake too much to produce acceptable lace. The convent has lost 12 nuns and 11 penitents to the plague, nearly a third of the community, and the survivors move through daily routines with shell-shocked automaticity, still alive but fundamentally changed by proximity to mass death. The Mother Superior delivers sermons about how God spared the faithful while punishing sinners, conveniently ignoring that the dead included some of the most devout nuns and that you, a former prostitute, survived while more righteous women died. Outside the convent walls, the city is transforming. The plague has killed perhaps 40% of the population, creating labour shortages that fundamentally shift economic power. Workers who survived can suddenly demand higher wages. Women have opportunities in trades that previously excluded them because there simply aren't enough men to fill necessary positions. The rigid social hierarchies that governed your youth are loosening, not from ideological change but from practical necessity. Dead craftsmen's widows take over their shops, female servants negotiate better terms, and some women discover they can survive without selling sexual access because other economic opportunities have opened. The impact on prostitution is complex. Fewer clients mean less demand, but also less supply as some women find alternative employment. The bathhouses and brothels that survived are reportedly offering much higher wages to attract workers in a suddenly competitive labour market. Some prostitutes who thought they'd never escape the profession are using the plague's aftermath as an opportunity to transition to legitimate trades. Others are continuing as before, but with better negotiating power and improved conditions. The plague has accidentally accomplished what centuries of moral reform never achieved. It's created economic conditions where women have slightly more choices. But these changes are fragile and temporary. As population recovers, power structures will reassert themselves. The widows operating shops will face pressure to remarry or sell to men. The servants negotiating better terms will find themselves replaced by desperate workers willing to accept worse conditions. The prostitutes who transition to legitimate trades will face barriers as guild restrictions tighten again. The brief window of opportunity the plague created will close, and hierarchy will return, perhaps even more rigid than before as authorities work to restore the social order that death temporarily disrupted. You're 32 years old now, a plague survivor living in a convent, producing lace for markets that may not exist anymore because the merchants who bought it might be dead. Your body is marked by the profession you left, scars from clients, damage from abortions and infections, the premature aging that comes from years of physical exploitation. Your hands are marked by the lacework, new calluses layered over old ones, fingers that ache constantly from repetitive precision. You're alive, which is more than can be said for countless women you knew. But alive doesn't necessarily mean living. The plague has rearranged your city's population, killed your former colleagues and clients indiscriminately, and created temporary chaos that some women are using to escape circumstances that previously trapped them. You're happy for them, while understanding that your own escape, if entering a convent can be called escape, happened before the plague and won't be affected by its aftermath. You're already in the final institution, the place where former prostitutes end up when all other options exhaust themselves. The plague can't offer you opportunities you've already foreclosed by taking these vows. But you're alive, breathing, recovering slowly in a convent that's also recovering, and sometimes survival itself is enough. The world outside is different now, reshaped by death and chaos, and maybe in that reshaping some women will find futures that previous generations couldn't imagine. Maybe the rigid structures that trapped you will loosen enough that the next generation faces different options. Maybe, or maybe hierarchy will reassert itself, the brief disruption will fade, and everything will return to familiar patterns where women's bodies are commodities and survival requires selling what society simultaneously demands and condemns. Probably that. But in the immediate aftermath of plague, while the city still buries its dead and counts its losses, you allow yourself to hope that something might change, even though hope has rarely served you well before. Evening settles over the convent like a gentle hand, and you're sitting in the garden where they buried the plague dead, where wildflowers have begun growing over the disturbed earth, as if nature itself is trying to soften memory's sharp edges. You're 34 now, and you've been in this convent for 3 years. 3 years of lace-making and prayers, of routines so rigid it's become almost comfortable, of a life that's simultaneously imprisonment and sanctuary depending on how you choose to see it. Your hands move automatically through evening tasks even when your mind wanders, and tonight your mind wanders back through everything you've survived to arrive at this moment. This garden, this twilight, this strange peace that feels like exhaustion but might be something close to acceptance. You think about the girl you were before this life claimed you, 16 years old and naive, believing that the world was fundamentally just, that hard work brought rewards, that women who behaved properly would be protected. That girl died slowly over 8 years of prostitution, each client and each humiliation eroding her innocence until nothing remained but the practical woman who learned to survive systems designed to consume her. You don't mourn that girl anymore. Mourning requires energy you need for living, and she was too fragile for this world anyway. The woman you became, harder, cleverer, capable of enduring what that girl never imagined, she's the one who survived long enough to find even this limited refuge. Do you remember the worst moments and the strange small kindnesses that punctuated them? The client who hit you, but also the client who brought you an extra loaf of bread when he knew you were struggling. The officials who marked you with humiliating clothing, but also the bathhouse keeper who let you work when others wouldn't. The system that exploited you, but also the networks of women who shared information and support, and sometimes just silent understanding that you weren't alone in your suffering. The world was never simply cruel or kind. It was complex, contradictory, capable of inflicting terrible harm while occasionally offering unexpected mercy. The other women in the convent have become your community now, united by shared histories that outsiders can never fully understand. You know their stories because stories leak out during the rare moments when speaking is permitted, or through glances that communicate what words can't, or simply by recognizing in their bodies and bearing the same marks that prostitution carved into your own flesh. There's Margaret, who worked the streets for 15 years before her body simply gave out. There's young Catherine, who came here pregnant and surrendered her infant to the foundling wheel within hours of giving birth. There's old Joanna, who must be 50 now, who's been in the convent so long she barely remembers her life before, except in occasional flashbacks that make her weep during prayers. These women are your sisters now in ways that blood relations never were. You've shared with them what you couldn't share with respectable women, the reality of what prostitution actually entails, the calculations it requires, the psychological mechanisms necessary for surviving it. They understand without explanation why you sometimes can't bear being touched even accidentally, why certain smells trigger nausea, why the word client makes your jaw clench involuntarily. This understanding is the convent's unexpected gift. Community among the condemned, solidarity among the marked. The lace workers become meditative in ways you didn't anticipate. Your fingers move through patterns without conscious thought now, creating delicate beauty while your mind processes decades of experience. The repetitive motion is soothing, almost hypnotic, and in the rhythm of needle through thread you sometimes find something resembling peace. It's not the life you imagined as a girl, but it's a life, structured, safe, finite in its demands. You wake knowing exactly what the day will bring. Prayers and work and meals and sleep, world without end, or at least without surprise. Historians centuries from now will still argue about whether women like you were victims or agents, whether you chose this profession or were forced into it by circumstances, whether medieval prostitution represented female exploitation or female economic participation. From where you sit, the question seems meaninglessly abstract. You were both victim and agent, forced by poverty, but making choices within those constraints, exploited by systems but finding ways to survive and occasionally even resist them. The binary thinking that demands you be either helpless victim or empowered worker misses the complicated truth. You were a woman navigating impossible circumstances, making terrible choices because all available options were terrible, surviving through a combination of luck and strategy and sheer stubborn refusal to die. The sun is setting properly now, painting the garden in shades of amber and rose that make even the convent walls look almost beautiful. You're tired, the bone-deep tiredness that comes from years of surviving rather than living, from bodies pushed beyond their limits, from psychological strategies that protect you while slowly calcifying your capacity for spontaneous joy. But you're also, somehow, still here, still breathing, still finding small pleasures in the way light falls across stones, in the taste of bread after a day's fasting, in the rare moments of silence when even prayers pause and you can hear your own thoughts clearly. The church bells begin ringing for Compline, calling you to the final prayers of the day. You rise slowly. Your joints protest more now than they did even a year ago, your body keeping its own accounting of everything it's endured, and walk toward the chapel where the other women are already gathering. You file into your assigned place, number 17, and kneel on the worn stone floor that's been polished smooth by generations of penitent women who came here seeking refuge or redemption, or just somewhere to die that wasn't the street. The Mother Superior leads prayers in her iron voice, and you respond automatically with words worn smooth by repetition. The prayers are in Latin, and you still don't understand their literal meaning, but you've learned their rhythm, their music, the way they shape the hours, and give structure to days that might otherwise dissolve into undifferentiated survival. The prayers aren't really about belief anymore. You're not sure what you believe about God or sin or redemption. They're about rhythm and community and the comfort of ritual that asks nothing of you except presence. When Compline concludes, you file out silently and return to the dormitory where 30 narrow beds await their occupants. You undress to your shift, fold your habit carefully on the stool beside your bed, and lie down on the thin mattress that you've slept on for 3 years. Around you, other women are performing the same ritual, this nightly preparation for sleep that marks the end of one day and the approach of another identical day tomorrow. In the darkness, you allow yourself to think about the women who didn't survive. Agnes and Beatrice and Colette and dozens of others whose names you've half forgotten. Women who died from violence or disease or childbirth, or simply from the accumulated weight of too many years selling what shouldn't need to be sold. You survived, and they didn't, which is random chance more than any moral superiority. You were lucky in small ways that accumulated into staying alive. Lucky to avoid the worst clients. Lucky to dodge fatal infections. Lucky to find this refuge before the streets killed you. Luck isn't virtue, but in your profession, it was often the difference between survival and death. Tomorrow you'll wake to bells calling you to Lord's. You'll pray and work and eat your meagre meals and pray again and work again, and eventually sleep again, repeating the cycle that defines your days now. This is your life, not the life you imagined, not the life you would have chosen, but the life you've managed to reach after navigating a profession that destroys most women before they age out of it. You're one of the lucky ones, which tells you everything about how brutal the unlucky ones' fates must be. But tonight, in this moment between waking and sleeping, you allow yourself something you rarely permit. You acknowledge that you survived, that you took a life that society designed to destroy you, and you somehow endured it, bent but not broken, damaged but not defeated. That you found ways to preserve some essential core of yourself even while selling access to your body. That you made impossible choices and lived with their consequences and kept going when stopping would have been easier. The young girl who entered prostitution at 16 wouldn't recognize the woman you've become, and that's probably good. She was too soft for this world. But the woman you are now, scarred, cynical, exhausted, yet somehow still capable of finding beauty in sunset light and comfort in ritual and connection with other survivors, she knows things that innocent girl never could have learned without breaking. Whether that knowledge was worth the cost is a question you've stopped asking because the cost was paid regardless, and the knowledge is all you have left. Sleep is approaching, pulling you down into darkness that will be briefly merciful before morning bells demand you rise and begin again. You close your eyes and let go of the day, of the memories that haunt you, of the what-ifs and might-have-beens that serve no purpose except making the present harder to bear. You survived. That's enough. That has to be enough. And tomorrow you'll survive again, one day at a time, until survival is no longer necessary and you can finally rest. The last thing you hear before sleep claims you is the breathing of 30 other women in the darkness. Women who survived their own versions of the life you lived. Women who understand without words what it cost to arrive here. Women who are also trying to find peace in this strange refuge that's simultaneously prison and sanctuary. You're not alone. You never were, even when the profession felt isolating and the yellow veil marked you as separate. There were always other women fighting similar battles, surviving similar systems, finding similar compromises between what they needed and what the world would give them. And in that understanding, in that community of survivors, in that shared acknowledgement that you all did what you had to do to stay alive in a world that offered you impossible choices, you find something that might be called peace. It's not happiness. Happiness is too much to ask after everything you've endured, but it's peace, or the shadow of peace, or at least the absence of active suffering, which is close enough after the life you've lived. The bells will ring again at dawn. The lace will need making. The prayers will need saying. The rituals will continue. But for now, in this darkness, surrounded by other survivors, you rest. And that rest, hard-won and precious, feels almost like grace. Sleep well, survivor. Tomorrow brings another day, but tonight you've earned this peace. As the wind down continues, softening into final stillness, years blur into each other now, marked only by the changing seasons visible through high convent windows and the gradual slowing of your body's protests. You're older than you ever expected to become, 40, then 45, then beyond counting because the numbers matter less than the simple fact of continued existence. Your hands still make lace, though slower now, and the patterns they create are so familiar they feel like prayers themselves, meditative repetitions that carry you through hours that might otherwise feel eternal. Some mornings you wake and forget briefly where you are, expecting the sounds of the city waking, the tavern noise below, the feeling of needing to calculate today's survival. Then memory returns and you remember, you're safe here, fed here, finished with that life here. The relief is quiet but profound, a gratitude that's become the background texture of your remaining days. The other women in the dormitory change gradually. Some die, new ones arrive, the community shifts while remaining fundamentally the same. You've become one of the older residents now, someone younger penitents look to for understanding when they arrive, traumatized and disbelieving that this is their life now. You offer what you can, acknowledgement that the transition is hard, assurance that routine eventually brings its own comfort, silent presence that says you understand without requiring them to explain what you already know. In the garden, where the plague victims are buried, flowers bloom every spring, and you've started recognizing the different species, learning their names from a nun who tends them. Roses and lavender and herbs whose fragrances carry memories of other times, other lives, other versions of yourself. You sit among them in the evening sometimes, when the light is soft and work is finished, and you breathe the flower-scented air and think about very little, which feels like its own achievement. Your body is failing in the ways bodies do, joints that ache constantly, eyesight that blurs, a persistent cough that arrives each winter and lingers longer each year. You're dying slowly, which is what everyone is doing, but you're aware of it in ways younger people aren't. Awareness doesn't frighten you anymore. You've survived so much that death seems almost restful by comparison, a final laying down of burdens too heavy to carry further. On a spring evening, much like countless others, you're in the garden again, the light fading to that particular shade of blue that makes the world feel suspended between day and night. You're very tired now, tired in ways that sleep doesn't fix, and you understand that this tiredness is the body's signal that its work is nearly finished. You've lived longer than most women in your profession. You've found a kind of peace, however incomplete. You've survived. The bells ring for Compline one final time for you, and you don't rise to answer them. You simply sit in the garden, among the flowers growing over graves, and let yourself rest at last. The world continues without you. The convent's prayers, the city's commerce, the profession that consumed your youth and shaped your life. But you're finished with all of it now, released from the cycles of survival that defined your existence. You close your eyes, and the last thing you feel is the gentle evening wind, carrying the scent of flowers, touching your face like a benediction. You've come so far from that 16-year-old girl who never imagined this life. You've survived what shouldn't be survivable. You've endured, and now, finally you rest. Sweet dreams, survivor. Your journey is complete.